Jen, I think you are going to begin the meeting with a karakia. Could I have some order, please? Councillor Chen will open the meeting with the karakia. Thank you.
Pakataka ti hao ti he ulu. Pakataka ti hao ki te tanga. Ke makina kina ki uta. Ke matana tana ki tai. Ehi a ke ana te akakura. He rio he huka he hau hu. Thank
you very much. I haven't received any apologies. Are there any apologies that people have in terms of absence? No. Declarations of interest. I have Councillor Goff declared an interest on item 17 and Phil Major item 10 declared an interest in item 10. So we'll note those. Public participation, we've got deputations by appointment and we're going to deal with those at 2 p.m. this afternoon, and then we'll move on to the development contributions paper immediately following that. Item number 4 is the presentation of petitions, and I'd like to invite Mark Peters and Mark Duff on behalf of the Greater Hornby Residents Association, who are going to present a petition of 1,772 signatures regarding the South West Leisure Centre Hornby Pool and Library project on Kyle Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today, to present the petition to try and save the Hornby Pool project. We're asking you not to delay. We need this facility now. The petition this morning actually sits around 1,882, so it's continually growing. So the support in the community is, very energised about not delaying this project. So we recently heard that the project was potentially in jeopardy of being deferred or cancelled due to the COVID-19 zero rates increase push, and that disturbed us greatly. Our community decided that that was an untenable position and we needed to rise up and fight to ensure that this much needed and long awaited facility is kept on track as we need it now. It has already been delayed quite long enough. We firmly believe that this project will deliver employment during the construction but also post-construction. So this is a way of providing for our community through employment and opportunity. Our community first had the idea mooted of a Hornby pool back in the 1950s, so it's been a very, very long time. Then again in the 1970s and 80s, when my mate here, Mark Duff, was in secondary school, students were fundraising for a facility on Kyle Park. Then we went through the unfortunate episode of Denton Park. We moved on from that and we've selected this site and we're pressing in to try and get this built for our community as soon as possible. There's been too many generations that have missed out on the ability to learn to swim, learn their water safety, and recreate in their own locality. So we really do ask you as a council to listen to this petition, to not defer this project in any way. In fact, if there's any way to bring this project forward through finding alternative funding streams, potentially with government or other providers, to try and help add to the facility and bring it forward, please do. This facility, as you're well aware, is long, long overdue for my community, and our resident association stands here today to try and encourage you to do the right thing for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, would you like to say a few words as well?
I suppose in the COVID environment, as a community, we see projects that offer jobs as absolutely crucial for our city. At a time when we're facing increased unemployment, this job will not only create jobs in its build, but create jobs for our community when the project is finished. We drive around our community, we see the Waikola skate park, which is, I think goes back to about the 80s. We have the Hornby Library, which is a good advertisement for wet and forget. It's so covered in mould. Then we go to all these other areas and see these wonderful community facilities. I know some of you say they're gold plated. We'd just love a bit of silver that we can polish and say it's from the council. So we drive past and the last thing we see when we leave Hornby is the Saltburn Service Centre, which looks like a training centre for the army. I know yesterday when we saw the fire, there was a lot of hope in the community that was the Stockburn Service Centre, but sadly it wasn't. So this is a project that Hornby's very passionate about. You've heard the number of people behind it. I just wonder whether we get a bigger pool, because if all those people come at once, we're going to need a bigger facility. So I just applaud you, get behind us. This is something, Hornby really needs a council facility that we can put it. I heard James Daniel talk about about the New Brighton facility and what it meant to New Brighton. Hornby just wants that same opportunity. We've taken a lot of people in from the east. We love having them, but we want to make sure that they can enjoy our facilities as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate you coming along. As I did say to some of my colleagues earlier on, it was very clever to use the petition process to have the first annual plan submission. So congratulations on utilising the standing orders in this way. But I would like to invite Jimmy Chen to move that we receive the petition and refer it to the draft annual plan, and that we thank you both for the presentation of your petition. Happy to move that.
Happy to move. Yes.
And is that seconded by Anne Galloway? So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for coming. Thank you.
Right, the next item on the agenda is the resolution to include supplementary reports. So I shall move to include those. Do I have a seconder for that? Sam McDonald. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. The next items on the agenda are our minutes, and there are several sets of minutes that need to be confirmed and received. So I'll move those in block. Do I have a seconder for that? Andrew Turner. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. If we could move on to the draft annual plan 2020-21 consultation document. As I've also made comments, this is not the decision on the content. This is the decision on the consultation document. So it's not a vote on the decisions that council have already made. It's an agreement to go out and sort of approve. Actually, we don't need the word and adopts. We just need the word approve for public consultation, the consultation document for the draft annual plan. And that way, all of the information goes out for public consultation, and those that want to add to submissions they've already made, or those that want to specifically respond to some of the issues that we've raised in the consultation document, it's an invitation to do so over a relatively short space of time, which is why this item has been dragged up from item 26 right up to the front of the agenda, so that the staff can get on with getting it to the printers. So do I have any questions? Yanni?
Thank you. Just bearing in mind there's a lot of confusion over the water issue, I did send some feedback and it was slightly past the deadline, but I just wondered if that was able to be incorporated with just showing on property size the water allocation and what that means.
Yeah, the consultation document's been through quite a bit of work, and it's very clear now about this being a journey, and this part of the journey is in relation to the top 20% of users. There are, sort of an interesting set of challenges around how this is allocated within the rating system that we've got. But we have a bylaw that covers this, and if we are to change the bylaw, we need to do that in the context of the long-term plan. So this is a step in the right direction. It is now absolutely clear in the consultation document how this will operate.
So it's moved on quite a bit. Councillor Jansen, since you saw it last, that piece in there, that section in there, we've done a fair bit of work to make it clear. Yeah.
So
it makes it clear.
But if you own the same size property in one part of the city and another, you will pay a different amount.
No, because it's included in your rates depending on the nature. I mean, the rates are established on capital values, as you know, and that does mean that there is a higher, that you don't reach the limit. But this is not a debate about the content,
totally
Yanni.
Except it's not a debate about the substantive content. I think for people to make submissions to clearly understand what it means in some parts of the city is really important. And I think one of the things that I think maybe some of us didn't quite realise when this was being adopted by council as a draft was the impact it would have in the lowest economic parts of the city around charging more.
No,
for the
it doesn't.
property.
It doesn't, Yanni. I'm sorry. Councillors have been briefed on this. You weren't available for the briefing. There is a better understanding of how this now operates. It is a step in the right direction. The right direction is about getting the usage down. It will not impact on the lower socio-economic parts of our city in the way that you've just described. It won't. So we're clear about that. It will be clear in the consultation document how it will apply. It is for the top 20% of users who, surprisingly, for the whole of the city, actually utilise 50% of the water that is utilised through our system. 50%. So this is a step towards a much better way of sending a pricing signal to people about not using as much water at times when our water systems need the pressure taken off them, and they are largely in our summer months. So I think we're pretty clear that the documentation has been clarified so that people themselves will be clear when they make submissions. Aaron.
Yeah, my one's not around water. It's just on page 2 of the document, 9 of our agenda. It has the average house with a value of 508. The increase is 50.37 a year or 97 a week. Why do we use average and not median? Because it's an exponential scale.
So Aaron, we've always used average. So whenever we've done these draft annual plans or LTPs, we've always used the average. So we've just had consistency across the years. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because it could be seen to be misleading. We could even have both. Would be fair, I would have thought, because some people go, they open their rates and they go, hang on, mine didn't go up by the amount they said. Mine went up considerably more, or quite a lot more, because they're at the higher end of that exponential scale.
We do have all of it broken down though at the tables at the back where you can work through and see your property. So yes, we do talk about the average, but it's easy enough to find exactly what it would be for your property.
Yeah, I have seen that before. It's just that when you go out to the media, they always say, oh, it's only this, but not only for everyone. That was all.
Jane?
Okay, only minor question on page 14 regarding to these 3 options, 4 options. The capex, I remember when we adopted this one in the end of May, in that time it's 518, but here it's 517. So we saved $1 million.
Yeah, very good spotting, Jimmy. You're
Yes.
correct. It was 518, but it is now 517, and there was a slight change in the funding on the Metro Sports and the multi-use arena. So 517 is the correct figure. Well spotted.
Thank you.
I can always rely on you to have a sharp eye for these numbers. Thank you.
Figure should be correct.
Thank you. Very good.
It's going
Sarah.
the right way.
I think the other correction that I think would be really good to point out is the residential rates increase, which when we passed the draft, we thought it was 2.23%, and it's actually 1.81.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you'll recall the time scale that all of this was prepared under, and it was very intense and very tight. And so between doing that initial draft and finalising it, we've done a lot more checks, and the final position is the 181. 1.81 for residential, and that is reflected in this consultation document that you have. The other change is the one that we signalled as well at the annual plan meeting on the 29th, where we've just updated that schedule of Appendix F around the OPEX savings. So you'll see there's a specific resolution in here today, Resolution 5, that just refers to that. So these are just a number of minor amendments that you gave myself and Dawn authority on the 29th of May to make the amendments.
Thank you. All right. So the resolutions are to approve for public consultation and then confirm a process for consultation, which is a truncated version, as you can see. Authorises the CEO and the CFO to make any non-material changes as per the earlier resolution. Considers the proposed changes to levels of service performance measures for the economic development activity, and they're proposed, and that has to be highlighted because of the LTP process, but it's not a significant change to a significant level of service, but it has to be highlighted, and so it has to be a deliberate decision to go out and consult on that, and then the proposed changes of levels of service correction. Was there any other resolution? No, that was it. So I'll move those. Do I have a seconder for that? Jimmy Chen. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. The next item is thank you very much, and thanks Katie too for all your hard work. I know that you've worked very hard on that. Commercial film or video productions facility section 71 proposal. I just recall when after the 2016 election, when a group of new councillors sat around the table, I remember one Aaron Kewen sitting there and saying that one of the things he wanted to see achieved was this. So I'm going to invite him to move this.
Lee and I have to
sorry,
go.
yes, that is entirely appropriate. Long black, thanks. And just joking. So I'm going to invite him to move this motion, and then and seconded by Tim. So I've got Aaron Kewen and Tim Scandrett moved and seconded the resolution, and now I'll open it up for questions. So if there are any questions, if there are no questions, I'll open it up for debate.
No debate, but I'll be abstaining on it.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right, so I'll put the motion. Oh, Aaron.
I'd just like to briefly speak to it. This is a fantastic opportunity for the city. Many of you probably know there's at least 2 projects in this industry on the cards at the moment. Christchurch is, like the rest of the country, sorely in need of jobs. As far as GDP goes, Christchurch really underperforms as a major centre in this country, and we need some industries to get us up to a better performing economic level as a city, and we need jobs for people who are industry professionals but that have worked outside of Christchurch to come home and work in the screen industry, but also the opportunity for young people who live in the city to get into an industry that they'll probably enjoy working in. Not all of them, but majority will. It's long hours, it's hard hours, but you can take people from neighbourhoods who might not have done that well or had that greater opportunities in front of them, and really give them a chance to work in an industry that they would love and be proud of. A couple of numbers. The tourism industry in New Zealand has done really well out of Lord of the Rings, is probably the most famous one. At the peak of tourism around Lord of the Rings, New Zealand was getting $1 billion a year in tourism because of the number of people that were visiting our country because they saw it on screens. So it's not just the direct jobs, it's the indirect jobs. Christchurch currently gets of a $3 billion industry about 1.5%. We are 10% of the population, so we need to really lift our game and create those amazing jobs for young people in our city. And let's not forget also in the screen industry that the Māori and Pacific communities are highly employed, and in fact in some areas overrepresented, which is a great thing because they're well paid jobs. So let's celebrate that, welcome this industry to our city, and it's also quite a green industry, possibly not the greenest, but it's one that certainly has a conscience, and a lot of filmmakers are very, very aware of that. And so as we're building facilities in this city, let's make them the greenest in the world so that attracts more people to come here and use them.
Lovely. I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. So there's 3 abstentions. Mike, Sarah and Jake. Thank you. Thank you very much. That took a lot of effort. Yes, thank you. No, much appreciated. Sorry? Phil back in.
Yeah,
Well, obviously the answer is no, but I suppose we should.
Leanne, can I just apologise that I didn't thank staff then, but I would like to really thank the work that staff have done around this, and our other agencies, the Film Office and DCL, have done a lot of work on it too.
They have. Thank you. So we've got the performance exceptions report, April 2020. And just a reminder, as Peter Ryan takes the chair again, that this is the performance exceptions report. He is not an expert on all of the individual elements of the report. He just brings the performance exceptions report together. Did you want to say a few words to introduce it, or?
Well, not really, other than to a quick overview. While there's the impacts of COVID-19 lockdown, the numbers are actually not as bad as you might expect. We're probably looking at pretty much the year-end numbers here. There might be a little bump at the end. But we've taken about a 10% hit on levels of service, which, given the nature of the lockdown and the severity of the impacts, is possibly, it's a personal view, lighter than I would have expected. Other than that, the things that are exceptions are largely the same ones that I've been bringing to you for the last few months, and I'm not sure that there's a lot to be gained by lining the ones that you know about. There are some issues around water, there's some issues around transport and roading, a few around parks. By and large, the levels of service are static, other than the few that fell over due to the COVID lockdown. Projects have also predictably taken a bit of a hit as well. So we're not going to hit our targets for levels of service or projects, but that was never going to happen with a 2-month lockdown. They've arguably are in the same boat. We're down, but we're not way down. There's the hits you would expect. So what we've got there's been a slight tweak to the capital reporting, in that we've now added. We've got the baseline of the project and the forecast, but we've also added a column around the original baseline, so you know where it was when you approved it in the LTP. So you've got the original baseline, the current baseline, and what the officer is forecasting. And you can see that there is some movement there with the projects over time. We've got projects in there that are over full life of the program, not just the current year. Obviously, if they were, you'd be running out of current year, and it would have a very small horizon. Other than that, there's the officer comments and remedial actions, and they are consistent with previous months. The resident survey is now in there, and there's a wide variety of responses to the individual services there on the survey. Some have had some bad news and have taken it on the chin and are responding, but that's obviously not something they're going to fix between now and the 30th of June. I'm happy to field questions on the levels of service, but as the Mayor said, I can't answer every technical detail, but I can answer those that I know about. Otherwise, I can go back to the manager concerned and find out for you. So look, without labouring the point, there has been some movement. It's not as bad as I would have expected, and you're largely looking at what will be your year-end results for levels of service and capital projects.
Thank you. I'd just like to invite the Chief Executive to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to set that in the context, and thank you, Peter, for describing what you have done in terms of the position we find ourselves in as a council. And the context is being not just that we had to close down and deal with COVID-19 and then also step up as we were going through the levels. So it's just to deal with that in a business as usual situation is a shock to our system, and knowing we all had to go and work from home and do what we did. But the other two elements is the additional significant work that was put on the organisation to redo the annual plan in the timescales that we did, which you have just approved for consultation, and the fact that we are also have been able to keep the LTP on track in the time frames that we have said we would deliver in a normal year. So I just want you to understand the context of the fact that we have seen a drop, but it is not as significant as anybody as we would have expected, and the fact that our staff responded extremely well in this environment and kept their eye on the ball in terms of delivering for residents of Christchurch. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yanni?
Thank you. Just had a question in regards to the recycling. On page 94, the comments don't really give a good reflection, I think, of the current crisis that we find ourselves in. So I just wondered, are we going to get a report to council at some stage about what we're trying to achieve with the whole recycling thing? Because, you know, we've had a lot of negative stuff appearing in terms of behaviour, and I just don't have any sense of where we fit in at a governance level around what we want to do. But the comments in here don't give me a lot of comfort.
Well, I guess the answer to that is that the comments in here will be coming from technical staff, and that the wider answer to your question is probably one that was discussed last night at the EAG around a review of solid waste, and that the changing environment globally around recycling would be part of that review of where we're headed in the long term. That should inform the long-term plan. So this is really officer comments about a KPI for this year, and I agree with you, it doesn't address that bigger strategic question, but there are wheels turning to do that. So the question,
I guess I'm more interested in the immediate, recognising that we've got huge issue of contamination into our yellow bins because of what happened in COVID-19 that we need to kind of address. But I don't know what the process is, because I presume if we don't address it urgently, then this statistic's going to get a lot worse by the end of the year. It'll probably end up red.
I understand. Look, I'll need to go back to Ross and the team and get a technical breakdown of what they're doing in response on that. I agree that
Can I perhaps help there, because they are doing a lot of work there, and we will be having a briefing fairly soon. We've got the waste minimisation plan that's proceeding. They're also picking up the Gold Star award as well, again, and that was really successful. So you're right, Yanni, bad habits were created. It doesn't mean those habits were not there pre-COVID, by the way. They've just exacerbated. But it's the education program is the way they're going to go first. And then, as you know, there could well be a time where people's bins will not be picked up if they don't change their behaviour. But that's the program at the moment.
But do we get a chance at a governance level to actually, if we're going to start putting in punitive things to people because of contamination, like are we going to pass any or have any consideration of the policies or the kind of efforts that we're going to make? That's what I'm not clear about. Because we just seem to be hearing about what's happening through either Newsline or the media, and that's kind of just going on week by week by week. New things are being introduced, and the behaviour's not improving.
Well, you can say that it's not improving. It's early days, and I think they're going to be leafleting people's bins and talking to them about. Some people just don't know. Some people don't care. And some people make mistakes, so there's different reasons for these things happening. But staff are definitely
And the
concerned
rules have
about it.
changed around the plastics, what
Yeah.
you can put in terms of the numbers, one, what is it, one, see, I'm doing this,
1, 2, 5,
1, 3 and 5?
I think it's been
1,
more
2,
the issue of
5.
putting, using the yellow bin as a red bin, and people are still doing that. And the latest stuff from Radio New Zealand was pretty damning on what was going on. So
And it's quite amazing that they are still doing that when it's had so much coverage lately.
Yeah.
So is it because they don't care or they don't realise it actually costs them money?
But I don't want to use a performance exceptions report to have a debate. I actually want a proper report on the issue. And we have had lots of discussions. We've met with Eco Central, we've met with our own staff, and we've also started meeting with other companies. And Pauline, this is your space as the chair of the committee, and you've been initiating meetings both internally and externally to try and get a handle around what the future is, because the future is not what the situation is now. It can't be, because what we have now isn't good enough.
And it's moving.
Yeah.
Cool.
So the performance exception is always going to be below par while it's in this situation.
When you read like remedial action or comments, and for solid waste, which is one where we amber, but I think we're going to.
This is in retrospect, Yanni.
I get that, but the comments, like remedial, there's no remedial action associated to it, and there's no reference to what's actually going to be done. So most of the others, if you scroll through, you'll see that there's kind of remedial action and there's things that are going to be done, and that's all I was really trying to understand.
What month is this report to? What's the end point?
30th of May.
Right.
So I think, Yanni, you have a legitimate point in terms of the remedial action. And it's important that you understand not just what the history is in these reports, but what the continuing action or new action is going to be prevented to prevent it from remaining the same. So we will take that back.
Thank you.
But fundamentally, there is a two-way result here that we need to get to, and this will not show you everything that is being done through different routes. And you have been briefed as a set of members on the waste minimisation plan. You have been fully briefed several occasions on the eco-central position, and you know that in fact, you have approved the service review only very recently, and we know you know the work that we're moving on in terms of what needs to be done for the longer term. But I take your point, and I'll take that back.
Thank you. And the only other question I had was in regards to just on page 96 at the top, respond to customer service requests within appropriate timeframes. And I really appreciate the honesty that's actually in this report, because it does paint kind of a picture of why things don't happen straight away when people ring the call centre or log it, SnapSend Solve or CSR. But there's heaps of stuff in there, but just at a very high level, is there kind of a key date that we're working towards where that system will be more refined to more accurately explain to people what's happened to their complaint? And I know Councillor Templeton and I have raised the issue of when you log a request, you often get an email back saying, good news, your job's been completed or put in the system, and you don't get told actually, it's going to be put into the program and looked at in a few months, or it's actually being done straight away. It's quite confusing.
So we have changed the job completed piece. We've taken that back. Apparently that's been said for many years. We have changed that, as I understand it, or are changing it. So we've heard that. Peter, I think you can do with the other parts, please.
Look, I don't know the answer to some of your question. I'll need to speak to Sarah and find out in terms of the date process, what she's got for that, and come back to you.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Sorry, I do need to add that the bulk of the information in here is actually from end of April. So at that time, in terms of the recycling commentary, the staff wouldn't have known the future. They would not know how long the lockdown was going to go, when they were going to resume the service, and therefore they wouldn't really be able to comment on what they're going to do. So it's a product of a point in time. And that point in time is actually, in the current environment, a hell of a long time ago.
And we've done a hell of a lot since.
All right. So do I have somebody who can move the resolution? Mike Davidson, seconded Andrew Turner. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you, Peter. I know that you've got tons on your plate at the moment with the LTP still driving along in the background, so much appreciated. Thank you. Update on Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, the Goima Improvement Plan. So perhaps if I invite the Chief Executive to report, although this wasn't a report that you received, it was certainly one that you took responsibility for upon your arrival, so I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. So what I want to say quite simply is this. I know this arose out of the Ombudsman's report, but now we're in a position whereby actually this should be the norm that the Council receives. See, part of our DNA in being transparent and open on how we report. Hence why we are and continue to bring this on a quarterly basis. The second thing I would stress is that we are making good progress, but that does not mean we take our eye off the ball. You know that I hold a mirror up to the organisation in how we're performing, and I also do that to members as well in our debates, whether that's in private or in public. So I think Sean has clearly shown the progress we are making, and I think he can touch on some of the detail, but it is something that I expect to be part of our collective DNA, and that is what I'm projecting to the organisation. And I suggest, if you haven't already done so, you look at the video I put on my weekly newsletter that is back, because actually it talks about that in there as well. So the messaging remains the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to have a quick...
I can offer some main points
yes,
of
thank
progress
you.
since
that
January
be,
when we were last in front of Council. We've made good progress on a number of fronts on the Ombudsman's improvement plan. Key since January, we have instituted a training regime, which we have held a number of sessions with staff. One of the improvement plan key recommendations was that every staff member and elected member would receive Lagoima training. This is progressing well, although as a result of the COVID-19 lockdown, we've had to slightly put that on hold. Now we can all reconvene in the same room. We're going to ramp that up and also hold training sessions for all elected members and go and visit the community boards as well. We've also made some good progress in replacing our spreadsheet system, which the Ombudsman saw some weakness, working with our IT team to find a good solution which will provide a more robust and reportable mechanism. Probably one of the major developments also in the last 6 months is we have started reviewing PX documents of council, community boards and committees from the last triennium in particular, looking at reviewing them for release. And we've also made some solid progress in that. ELT have been behind all of these changes to date, and they have made it very clear this is a priority. There is an end date to complete the 600 PX papers from the last triennium by June 2021, but we're going to make that a priority and hopefully do it sooner. Generally, the improvement plan, the spreadsheet we provided, is up to date. We have highlighted a couple of sections throughout, usually as a result of the COVID-19 delays. It should be noted though that a number of the recommended actions are not just a simple point in time, and I reiterate the CE's words before that these are enduring. These will continue to be implemented and pushed throughout the organisation to ensure we meet the Ombudsman's expectations on our performance. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
That's good. Do I have any questions? Yanni?
Yeah, I did send through a question yesterday. I'm not sure if it got to you. And that was, it's really good to see the reviewing the reports that are released, and we've had an email with the ones that are released.
Yes.
What we don't know is which ones have been reviewed and not agreed to be released or had partial release.
Sure.
So I just wondered if there was a kind of a list that we could get circulated that showed, you know, what the status of each review was. Rather
I
than,
don't want that circulated. I want it online. It's got to be public facing.
Yeah, I mean,
all of the information, you know. But I know that you're dealing with a backlog,
Yes.
and it's you know, in terms of priorities, then getting the information out there is the priority. But to say that circulating councillors with an email is sufficient, we want this front-facing as much online, and you know that's the same with you know, all of the stuff that was that previously hadn't been released. Now we proactively release things like P-card expenditure, like travel expenses, the things that we know that people ask for constantly, well, were being asked for constantly before I became the mayor. They are now provided publicly, front-facing, on a proactive basis. The more we can do of that, the better. So a bit of mind reading in terms of what people might be interested in asking for, but as much as we possibly can to get it front-facing.
No, certainly, and that's the intention. The proactive release, we've come up with an initial list, but that's certainly a starting point. So we're looking at developing that online and sort of feeding it into and making it sort of inherent with the Lagoima page. I'm happy to look at those PX documents. Just a note that if a document in PX, a report, is withheld, it is quite often withheld at that point in time. For example, there may be documents, reports that have not been released but may be able to be released in 12 months' time, depending on a timing issue or a contract issue and things like that. So when we say we review all reports, anything that is withheld will be reviewed at a later date, unless it's particularly sensitive or personal, when it might be withheld with no open date.
Right, but we can get that information, which would be really good, and we can put it on the website. The reports that get released, are they? Is there a specific page on the website where people can click on those reports now and see?
And they're fully named too, so the full title of the report's there as well.
So no, that's great. And then just the second question was around the local governance statement. So when is that coming to us for approval?
I've forwarded that to governance staff. That's not really a Lagoima issue in this aspect, but I'll get a response for you on that.
It kind of sets out with our community how we will operate at a governance level, and it does include a number of things around Lagoima and stuff. So maybe that's a question for the chief executive. My understanding
somebody's very kindly whispering in my ear that it's actually on the website, so I'm not sure. Let me take that back and find out for you, Councillor Young.
Right, but it would come to us, I presume?
For sign-off.
For sign-off. So, great, thanks. But cheers for the work that you're doing.
I'd quite like you to just reflect on, I mean, I don't like the phrase Lagoima because it's confusing for people. It's a standard acronym that we all know that it stands for Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act. So we know what it means, but I think that what we're talking about is information that people are entitled to have. And the fact that they're conducted within meetings are required to be conducted in public unless there are certain grounds that would go against the presumption of it being in public. So the presumption is in public. The backstop provision is that if it for commercial sensitivity, all those reasons that are under the Act, they meet one of those criteria or more than one of those criteria, then the information can be withheld and the meeting doesn't have to be held in public. So that's the overarching thing. I don't think that councillors fully appreciate the information that they give and send, that they receive and send, is official information, that they are holders of information. And I know that in the training that you're going to be doing, you'll be talking about this. But you know, I've discouraged people from communicating with me on my private messenger, and I say to them, "This is breaching my obligations under the Act. I need you to email me." You know, and my private email. You know, this is for my private business. If you are contacting me through my private email, as the mayor, you must use my official email. You can't use a private email address. So, and that's because the information isn't mine at that point. It belongs as official information. So I really want to kind of emphasise this because I don't know that councillors fully appreciate this and whether you'll be covering this off in the training.
So very much. So we'll cover the context of what is official information, and basically it's any information a councillor might hold in their official capacity as councillor. So using personal email addresses can blur those lines somewhat. So and also the security risk as well. I mean, from a security perspective. So it is important to emphasise that now, that any dealings, any information we hold in our official capacity is discoverable under the Act, which is underpinned by a principle of availability, which is, unless there is a good reason under the Act to withhold or refuse that, it is publicly available.
But the protection for councillors is that is all done through your office.
Yes.
Because I think it's really important that when people receive requests for information, that they're not obliged to supply that information directly. They must give you the request and supply the information to you.
Any request for information to council is technically governed by the Lagoima, and so that's not just our team, that's the customer services team, the media. So generally they'll respond themselves, and the only time it sort of comes to us formally is if there is a need to discuss it, or if there's a need, there are some sensitivities, but so we encourage staff, especially, to respond if they can, quickly and openly. However, if there's a need to examine it further, or if there are some sensitivities, it should certainly come to us.
Personal email addresses and things like that you'd want to withhold.
Yes.
So it's the best advice is to take advice before you release information.
Very much. And so the only people who have the delegation to make a formal decision under the Lagoima for council is the Chief Executive, the Head of Legal Services, and two of us in the official information team.
Yeah, good. Sarah.
Thank you, and it's good to see so much work happening in this space. I'm just 31A and B, which is the ensuring records are kept of workshops and briefings.
Yes.
I don't know, some of that's been happening, but identify those workshops and briefings that require formal records. Are there workshops, there's been a paper approved, I don't think I've seen that, and I couldn't see it in our memos kind of section, so it'd be really good to know which of our workshops have sort of records kept, and whether sometimes there's informal records, not just formal records, attendance, all of that kind of stuff.
Yes, no, we can provide an update on that.
Yeah, that would be really good, because it's just not clear from there what actually happens in those. And is there a space, I know that our community board, for example, has some discussions on whether informal meetings ahead of board meetings are allowable under the Act, those kind of things. Is there any information that we can get on those?
Yes, no, we can provide you with some info on those. I mean, generally, officially under the Lagoima, any information is discoverable.
Yeah.
Whether it's in a public meeting or in a workshop or a briefing which isn't open to the public. So I mean, it's still discoverable, but certainly we can provide you with some guidance on sort of where they stack up. Certainly an open meeting or a closed meeting as such, or a briefing.
Yeah, or just informal meetings and those kind of things. That'd be great. Thanks.
No problem.
Very good. All right. Well, I'm happy to move the resolution. Do I have a seconder? Sarah Templeton. Any discussion? Put the motion. Oh, Jake.
Hey, look, I just really wanted to thank you and the rest of the staff for doing a great job and really stepping up in light of the Ombudsman's report. I still feel that we as governors kind of let you guys down in terms of being the champion of the spirit of openness and transparency, and that's really important that you see us genuinely committed to it. I think we should have a conversation, and I think Sarah's kind of opened it up a little bit by saying, let's discuss those informal pre-meetings. Let's discuss inviting the media to our workshops. I think in this organisation we still do late night releases of information to the media, which I don't think is very collegial. And issues like the Red Bus report are a clear example of where we could have done better. This is a report that's been communicated to hundreds of staff members, discussed in the media, and yet we have released no details of it, which I don't think is good enough.
Yanni?
Yeah, I think the points that Councillor Templeton and Councillor McClellan have made all point back to the local governance statement. That really is the expectation that we set at a governance level of how we will operate. And you may recall at the previous one of these quarterly reports, I've raised the issue of whether our workshops or briefings should be open to the public or the media. And that's the local government statement is a document that would set out what levels of workshops, briefings and formals we would have and what the openness and transparency should be. And that's why I welcome us actually being able to look at that and agree to, have that discussion and agree to those principles that we think are important. And so I guess I am a little bit surprised it's been put online already without coming to us first, and particularly in light of the paper that's already been completed around the formal record keeping. And also just to see the minuting of identified workshops and briefings, which we were told is initiated. Well, I would have hoped that would be pretty fundamental to be completed. I mean, I would have thought that should just be happening. So hopefully we can get some more information about what is actually going on there. So I welcome getting more information on this and looking at the opportunity for us to have a discussion at a governance level, because I do agree that we need to take responsibility at governance level for being open and transparent as well. Thank you.
Sarah and then Sam.
Please don't mistake my earlier couple of questions for being any more than what they were. And I don't like being drawn into stuff that's in a bit more detail. Actually, I'm quite comfortable with having our informal meetings. And so my questions were around making sure that was okay when some were uncomfortable with it. There are no decisions made. We might be, keeping some notes or something instead. But I'm quite comfortable with those, and I don't want to be drawn into accusations of lack of transparency when that's actually not happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam?
Thank you. I'll be pretty brief. I think we've probably been a wee bit too harsh on the organisation in the last 10 minutes, and a wee bit inappropriate in my view. I think this is a really good story in terms of actually what we've done proactively since the Ombudsman's report, and the fact we're reporting quarterly on the issues we've got, and I think what's been released is a really good thing. So let's not sort of get too carried away. I think you balance everything in the city with the best interests of the ratepayers, and sometimes we do need to protect commercial integrity, and there is a time and place to release information, but let's not get carried away with the fact that we need to do everything unnecessarily when it would compromise ratepayers' position. So I do think we're being a wee bit harsh on the great work of Sean, Dawn and the team, and I think collectively we have a responsibility to actually be responsible and not sort of jump at a headline.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just close off the debate because, I agree with what Sam has just said. I think the organisation has stepped up amazingly in light of the, what was a damning report. And you might recall that one of the features of that report was actually the resident survey, and how different the release of the resident survey was this year, just a couple of weeks ago, compared to what it was that actually led to a significant number of people, both within the organisation and outside the organisation, saying that we were trying to cover up for what was an appalling result. The result set aside, it was all put out there. It was provided in great detail, and the organisation has taken responsibility for addressing the underlying concerns that sit behind many of the features of the resident survey, and I have every confidence that we will get there. When I first arrived as the Mayor of the city, I was appalled at the lack of transparency in terms of information that was not publicly put online as a matter of course. The P-card expenditure was something that was hidden from view. The media had to ask for it. Ministers' credit card expenditure was being asked for at the same time. So it was an issue I was very aware of when I became the Mayor, and it was something that I asked to have all put out in the public arena on a regular basis. The same with travel expenses. I mean, just all of the different elements that often stand in the way of the big issues. And I really do resent the comments about Red Bus. It's not just about the holder of information, it's also about who holds the information and who appropriately should communicate with the staff of an organisation. And in the Red Bus case, it was made crystal clear that there was more than one option that was facing Red Bus, and it was handled in a way that was as sensitive as it could be under the circumstances. but it wasn't our role to have a public discussion about the features of the circumstances that have led to a range of options being made available. So we make the decisions that we make. We make as many of them in the public arena as we possibly can. We have very strict rules. Since the new chief executive has arrived, that it has been very deliberate, each decision about whether the paper stays on PX or not. I recall the very first meeting with the chief executive on an agenda setting meeting. There was an item proposed for PX, and she said, does this have to be? Do we really want our first paper together to be a PX item on the agenda? And we agreed that it didn't have to be. So we are being challenged all the time, and I think that every single councillor around this table is absolutely committed to openness and transparency, but we're not committed to a headline that doesn't describe the nuance and the complexity of what are very challenging decisions. And sometimes we disagree with each other. And sometimes having an informal discussion beforehand enables us to put all the questions on the table and to actually look at where the issues are so that we come here to debate the issues instead of asking a lot of questions that are not relevant to the issue in front of us, but actually debating the issues. I love debates when we disagree. I loved the annual plan debate. We disagreed with each other, but I didn't care because it was a good quality debate, and that's what the public expect to see from us. So I am all for holding more workshops with our public, and I intend to do that with the district plan. We have to make changes to our district plan, and I intend to invite our residents' associations into the room so we can have serious discussions about what is possible. But in every informal setting, I need to know, whether people want to focus on particular issues over other issues. That helps me run the meeting, and I think the meetings run better when we actually do informally discuss the issues that are important to us, and they then get prioritised for the meeting itself. So on that note, I shall put the motion and thank staff as well. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Civic Financial Services appointment of proxy to vote at the annual general meeting. It's a technical matter. Happy to move with Sam McDonald, seconded by Andrew Turner. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. The next item on the agenda is the Local Government Funding Agency, Council-controlled organisation, lending and other matters. And Di Brandish is hovering at the back of the room, but coming forward to the table. Is this...
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is a procedural thing. It's been to you before. It's really
Yes.
just authorising yourself and the deputy to sign and the chief executive to sign
Yep.
the attachments.
Jake McClellan, seconded James Goff. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. Post-COVID-19 committee delegation reinstatement and schedule. Now, there were a couple of things that we wanted to add to this resolution, which is the reinstatement of the Health, Safety and Wellbeing Committee and its associated terms of reference. I didn't have a chance to talk to Yanni beforehand, but about establishing at least what is it called? The working group on the funding, the Metropolitan. Is it called that, or the funding committee?
It was the funding subcommittee, I think. But I think Gary and I, John, we're going to make sure that they can, all that work can happen ahead of the strengthening community stuff being.
Yeah, we just want
done.
to authorise you to go ahead and do the work so that it can be signed off at the August meeting of the.
If that's when it needs.
Does it need to be signed off in August?
Community resilience. Yeah.
So, but we want your committee set up in the meantime, Yanni. So, can we? What's the name of the committee? Is it a working group?
It was the funding Metropolitan Funding Subcommittee. Yeah.
Is that what it's... I don't know whether...
Don't think I've got
Oh,
the right
look,
book on me.
so look, here is the wonderful Megan, she will know.
You got through the others much faster than I could get down from level 6, sorry. So it's the funding subcommittee, but we do have a meeting scheduled in late August for this, and so in the report I allude to another
report coming on this.
Sorry,
setting up the committee delegations.
Yes, and so that should be done in time to get this going in time for that.
But this working group needs to report to the committee.
Yes.
So
there's a...
but it's not set up yet.
Yes, I know, but we could do that in the July report, unless you want to deal with it now. But we could...
July would be fine.
I just deal with it and then it's done.
Yeah. Okay.
So
at the moment, the membership of that is Councillor Johansson, Councillor Chu and Coker. So if you want more people on that, then all we need to do is add more membership, and then it's probably ready to go.
Yep.
Is it making decisions or just
no,
recommendations?
it's making recommendations to the committee. Yeah. Yep.
I think it's actually quite an important subcommittee, but I wonder if there's an opportunity to put some community board chairs on it as well.
Yeah. Strengthen communities. Yep. I don't mind.
We used to have the
Yanni, do you?
Chairs on.
I thought we need to give that
some
thought.
Thought it, yeah.
Particularly because there's a whole issue with things that are metropolitan being divvied out
Look,
to...
Can we? I mean, is that enough? Is it enough for the three of you to do it?
I think as long as everyone's invited.
Does anyone else want to be on it? Quickly.
One of the things to just remember is that we have all the metropolitan organisations like the CSO and stuff funding come through here.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah.
I actually agree with Councillor David, so I think it's a good idea.
Yep.
So Anne.
Okay, so we've got
four.
Why don't we just make it a committee of the council, but with a quorum of
five
three
or something,
or quorum of four.
Yeah.
Quorum of four.
And then whoever turns up.
Yeah.
Can we have an odd number quorum, please?
Yeah. Sorry, quorum of five.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's got a quorum of five. So all councillors, quorum of five. And then those that want to can, and they make recommendations through. But can we authorise them to discuss matters with the chairs of the community boards? So if we authorise that some engagement with the community board chairs, if it's appropriate, then they can have a chat to the community board chairs. Is that all right?
Just trying to understand what the benefit is to involving the community board chairs to
I
metropolitan funding.
I think there is.
It was raised by someone.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And
this wasn't discussed informally, so we're ending up having an informal discussion at a council
my understanding
meeting.
of where the committee got to is in the rush to set up our new structure, there were a few committees that needed further work, the youth one as well as this one, where they were going to get together, come up with the terms of reference and the way that they would operate, and then we'd report back to council with approving, here's the kind of amended terms of reference. So it was all put together very quickly, and that was where I thought it had got to. Obviously COVID-19 came along, and so we've got a few challenges in terms of funding. So it might be quite good to just have a bit of a reflection on the terms of reference and the way in which this committee can operate, particularly for this year, given the significance of...
Okay, so it's not going to be set up in time then? I mean, I'm just trying to find a solution. If we'd discussed this informally, we would have had a solution to bring to the table, but it's going to be too hard. I'm going to leave it to July.
Can I just check with Gary? If the committee doesn't meet until August, will that get through the funding through in time for these organisations for their funding round?
So the funding is released for the 1st of September. Sorry.
Yeah.
Just reinstate the committee, and if you want to open it up to the full council to attend, fine.
Okay.
We'll get on and do it. It's great.
So at the moment we've got 2 dates with placeholders. We've got one for Councillor Johansson's subcommittee on the 6th of August. which will need to change apparently. And then we have one set for the 27th of August, which is your Councillor Templeton's committee. If we meet those dates, we'll be able to meet our requirement to have groups funded by the 1st of September.
Okay, but the paper that's coming in July that sets up the subcommittee and committees and things could cover that in the terms of reference and membership
look,
then?
can we just reinstate the funding subcommittee, amend the membership to include the mayor and all councillors with a quorum of 5, and delegate to the hearings and council support manager the authority to schedule a meeting date. That's done. All right?
Yep.
Just leave it like that.
And that way you can get on and organise.
Yep. All right. So I'll move it. Any seconder? Melanie, put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Next one's very simple, aligning the membership of the Christchurch Momentum Committee and the Central City Momentum Working Group. I'll move that. Seconded by Catherine Chu. Put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. How are we going for time? Oh, we're cooking on gas.
Keep going.
Order in council for Christchurch Cathedral. Things will slow down here. Who's coming to the end of the table for that? Okay.
You have to appreciate officers aren't used to you actually moving so quickly. Can we do this more often? Thank
Got a
you.
mover and a seconder, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, got a mover and a seconder.
So stuff with you,
Have the second.
do a slight amendment.
Oh, there's going to be a slight amendment to it. So look, if they're on their way down, well, Ireland won't be down here yet.
They're on the way.
I want to.
2 minutes.
Well, I asked that put separately, but 1 and 2 when they are put up.
Yeah. Apparently they've got an amendment. So 10th. Are they very far away? That looks like the team for Ilam Road, Middleton Road and Riccarton Road.
Deal with that one.
Right? You've just won yourself an item on the agenda. Come forward. Oh,
You might as well get them to come because this is going to be a long debate.
Fight.
Like the move, Richard. Absolutely.
eh?
Transport's going to take longer.
You think the cathedral will be quicker?
I don't. Well, I was going to because the cathedral was a bit slow coming in the room, but come forward. No, well, sorry, Richard. Hopefully this won't take long. Order in council for Christchurch Cathedral. Apparently there's an amendment that you wanted to make to the resolution.
Yeah, thank you. There was a really useful discussion in the informal this morning, so I'd like to thank the councillors for that. There's a change to resolution 1.4 that I've asked the council secretary to put up as an option for the council to consider. If you just scroll, I'm not sure whether that's available yet. Now, the discussion in the informal this morning raised a concern with there being a council resolution at this stage that expresses a preference for where the relocated site might be for the Citizens' War Memorial. The staff proposed resolution in 1.4 had suggested that the council written comment to the minister say that the relocation of the memorial should be a controlled activity only if it's relocated at the same time to another site in Cathedral Square. Now, there will be a need for another decision-making process by the council, even if that is what the minister decides to put in the OIC, because the council as landowner still needs to go through another decision-making process. But what I've put up as an alternative resolution there is that the council resolution not specify that the relocated site ought to be within Cathedral Square. Instead, that it needs to be relocated to a publicly accessible site. at the same time as it being moved from its current site. So that's an alternative for the council to consider. It's not the preference or the recommendation of the council's heritage experts, because their view is that the most suitable site for the relocation for heritage reasons is within Cathedral
And it
Square.
is, yes.
And so they'll be available to answer any questions about that. But this is an option for the council to consider. Now, is that PowerPoint available to everyone? There was a PowerPoint that went on Big Tin Can yesterday, which I'd like to briefly run through to again give an overview of what is in this council report. The issue that the council report deals with is a proposed order in council that the minister thinks is necessary or desirable to streamline resource consent processes for cathedral reinstatement. Now, the activity for which the consent applications is streamlined means that the council can't decline resource consent for it if those streamlining provisions go in. But it means that other activity can still be proposed by the Christchurch Reinstatement Limited. They can seek resource consent for it through standard RMA process. So if it's not provided for in the OIC in a streamlined process, it doesn't mean it can't happen. It just means the resource consent application for it goes through standard process. The issue that the proposed order in council is trying to address is that the district plan at the moment requires resource consent for reinstatement, for moving the Citizens' War Memorial, and for removal of the London Plain trees. And those applications might be publicly notified, limited notified, they might be submitted as an opposition, there might be appeals to the Environment Court. And the concern or the issue is that that might slow down the cathedral reinstatement and it might increase costs. Now, the central government's solution for this is an order in council to change the district plan and change the RMA. And there is a piece of legislation that was made in 2017 for just that purpose. The Christchurch Cathedral Reinstatement Act 2017 was made for no reason other than to enable there to be an order in council to facilitate the reinstatement of the cathedral. And the council's submission on that in 2017 was in support. The council supported the minister having this power to make these orders in council. Now, part of the reason why the council supported it is because of the purpose of that Reinstatement Act. The purpose is stated clearly in the Act itself as being to facilitate reinstatement of the cathedral, recognising its contribution to the cultural, social and economic well-being of Christchurch, its importance to Christchurch regeneration and its heritage value. So when the minister is exercising a power to make an order in council, the objective is to meet those purposes, facilitate the reinstatement, make sure that that's done in a way that it's contributing to social, cultural and economic well-being, and recognising its heritage value. The Act sets up the process for the order in council to go through. First step is that Christchurch Reinstatement Limited had to have asked the minister to propose an order in council. Second step is that the minister has formed, Associate Minister has formed a preliminary view that the order in council is necessary or desirable for the purpose of facilitating reinstatement. The minister then makes an explanatory document available to the community and the public can make written comments on it. That's the stage we're now at. The minister set a deadline of 22nd of June for those written comments. So what this report is about is what is this council's written comment back to the minister going to be. After the minister's got all those written comments, the order in council will be reviewed by the Cathedral Reinstatement Review Panel, which is a panel that's been appointed with a former High Court judge, some lawyers, some planners, and then the minister will decide whether the order in council proposed is necessary or desirable for the purpose of facilitating the cathedral's reinstatement. And if so, it's going to be law. There's opportunity for this council to engage with Christchurch Reinstatement Limited over the process for the cathedral reinstatement, and that has been happening in a good way already, and it's going to continue. There's been early proactive discussions between the applicant for consent and the council's resource consent officers. That's going to continue. There could be further engagement between the council and Christchurch Reinstatement Limited to assist this council's understanding of the necessity or desirability of having the order in council or specific aspects of it. And we've got some time for that between now and the 22nd of June when the council's written comments need to go in. So the council could, if it wishes, ask the Chief Executive to engage with Christchurch Reinstatement Limited in the final approval of the council's written comments to go in a week's time. Now, we thought it might be useful to run through what staff see as being the core questions of either expert opinion or policy that lie behind the council officer recommendations in the report. So the purpose of these next two slides is to highlight those key points that we think are embodied in the recommended written comments to give back to the Minister. And I'd like to emphasise here again that the context is that what the Order in Council is proposing to do is to identify particular activities that will have a streamlined process for a resource consent application. If the proposed activities are outside of the scope of those streamlined activities, then they can still happen, as I said before, but the application for consent needs to go through a standard RMA process. And that could involve notification, hearings, appeals, etc. So, first key question. Well, the broad question is, how does the council want its written comments to achieve the two joint objectives of the Reinstatement Act, being an expedited, cost-effective reinstatement and recognition of the cathedral's contribution to social and cultural well-being and its heritage values? So first key question, should costs and delays be reduced? Costs and delays of the resource consent process? If yes, then the council supports the Order in Council, as it did in 2017. I don't expect there to be any change in the council position there. Second thing is, and it ties very closely to the first one, should there be no submitters or appeals except by the applicant for appropriate applications? Because that's what reducing costs and reducing delays means. The only way of doing it is to say that there's not going to be a right for people to put in submissions or lodge appeals. So if you agree that there should be no submitters or appeals for some of these, for the streamlined applications, then the council supports the OIC the same way as it did in 2017. Now then we get into the nub of some of the detail in the staff report. First recommendation in that staff report is that the scope of reinstatement activity should be narrowed a little bit. The scope of the reinstatement activity for which the resource consent application will be streamlined. If the council is perfectly satisfied with the broad scope that's proposed by the Minister and the OIC, then you simply support the OIC. If, however, you think it should be narrowed, then you follow the staff recommendation. Now, next key issue is to what extent should the council, as a consent authority under the RMA, have scrutiny of the merit of heritage protection, urban design and other matters of control. Now the reason that's an issue for you is because the recommendation in the staff report is that those matters of control should be expanded a bit. They should include some of the ones that are already in the district plan. They haven't been carried through at this stage into the proposed Order in Council. The staff view is that if they are carried through, they're made more extensive, then it enables the council as consent authority to achieve that balance between the facilitation and the protection of the heritage values a little bit better than is proposed in the Order in Council. Then we get to a series of questions about the Citizens' War Memorial. So, first question, should it be deconstructed, removed, placed in storage if a heritage professional or a conservation architect says it's okay for that to happen? Because that's the way the Order in Council, the proposed Order in Council is written. It says if you've got that expert who says that can happen, then the council has to grant consent for it. So if you agree with that, then you support the OIC. But if you think that there should be more prerequisites before the Citizens' War Memorial can be removed as a controlled activity under the RMA, then you'd follow the officer recommendation for those prerequisites. And then we get into the detail of the prerequisites. You've got two options in front of you. You've got the one in the officer's report, and you've got the alternative drafting that I've just put up on the screen. And your third one there is, should the Citizens' War Memorial be immediately relocated in the square if moved? Now, it's the firm advice to the council from its heritage experts that the most suitable site for relocation of the Citizens' War Memorial is within the square. So they're not comfortable with, or they're recommending that the council not support the OIC providing for controlled activity for the removal of the Citizens' War Memorial unless it's relocated at the same time in Cathedral Square. That's their recommendation. The alternative is that you go with what's in the OIC. That's one alternative because that enables the reinstatement company to remove the war memorial from its site and put it in storage. Another alternative is the one that I put on the screen before, which is that your resolution be that you want the council comment to support the relocation of the Citizens' War Memorial only if it's going to be relocated to another publicly accessible site at the same time. Now, if you go for that option, you're leaving it open for, you're not giving any indication of your views at this stage about where that relocated site would be. Last matter of detail is to do with the trees. Now, as currently drafted, the proposed OIC says that the council would be required to grant resource consent for removal of the trees if asked, on the conditions set out in the Order in Council. The council's city arborist recommends to council that the value of those trees is so high, their heritage value, their amenity value is so high that the removal shouldn't go through a controlled activity unless there's a couple of prerequisites. One is that it's necessary for the reinstatement of the cathedral in its current footprint, which by implication is saying the value of the trees is higher than any sort of addition to the footprint of the cathedral. So if the consent application is for the purpose of an addition to the cathedral, then that application for removal of the trees would go through standard RMA process. And there's another prerequisite proposed there, which is that rather than it just being an engineer's call about whether the removal of the trees is necessary, it should only be a controlled activity if a technical arborist says it's necessary for the reinstatement of the cathedral in its current footprint. So they're the key matters of combined expert opinion and policy calls that are implicit in the recommendations in the officer's report for the written comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess that the challenge, I think, for me and some of the councillors will be the fact that we weren't aware that this was a process that the that the Crown wanted to use as a mechanism for these things. And I just wanted to kind of query about its relationship with the website reinstate.org.nz, which is all about the project. And it says this: what's happening with the trees? The trees will be cared for and maintained during the project, for example, through regular pruning. We're hoping to produce progeny from the London plane trees through grafting. One of the trees south of the cathedral was planted in 1884 at the time of consecration. The project team recognises the significance of the listed trees on the cathedral site. A qualified arborist has developed work plans that help to protect the trees from damage during works in accordance with the approved tree maintenance and management plan. This plan includes restrictions around how close people and machinery can get to the tree, for example, so the drip line and canopy is not disturbed. So there's nothing in there that indicates that the trees may be moved. The second is what's happening with the Citizens' War Memorial. The project team enables access for the RSA and for the Christchurch City Council to clean and polish the memorial. It will be protected during the upcoming stabilisation phase works. I spoke to the chair of the company at the time that the RSA wanted to move the memorial, and he said it did not need to be moved for the purposes of reinstatement. So I'm at a loss as to why these two items are now urgently in front of us for discussion in this way.
Yeah, I can understand that. There's nothing in the explanatory document that's come out from the Associate Minister that provides that detail. What the proposed regulation does is enable resource consent applications for these activities. It doesn't require them to happen, obviously, it just enables the resource consent. And it means that the consent application can't be declined if the applicant applies for it. The indication you've just read out is that suggests that the applicant thinks there's no need to apply for it, but someone's asked
that the statement that the minister's provided is that the memorial will be moved and the trees may be. So less certainty around the future of the trees. I mean, an absolute certainty around the future of the War Memorial, and that is that it will be moved. But I would have thought that we would expect to see something more. So I'm in favour of the officer recommendation that we put in these prerequisites to provide the protections necessary under the plan, and they shouldn't be. They're not a. I mean, we all want to see the result. We want to see the outcome, which is the cathedral reinstated. That's what we've all committed to, and want to get it happening. But I think, just in terms of process, I'd like us to take the officer recommendations.
I'd actually like to sit down with the company and the Anglican Church and talk to them directly, because I'd actually prefer this pulled and to talk with them, because it's just all over the place.
Yeah, it's not all over the place. It is a process that's available to them, and I actually personally think that it was an oversight that we weren't notified earlier.
But their own website says that these don't need to be
No,
removed.
that's a long time ago. That's right at the very start of the process. And I'm just saying that we don't have much time because a process has been triggered. And we as a council need to respond to it. And I guess what I'm working my way through is an apparent contradiction, but the contradiction is obviously down to time and the further research that their engineers and others have done. So, I mean, people haven't been sitting back doing nothing in the meantime.
I realise that.
I agree that we should invite the company to come in. The church isn't involved in the decisions at this stage. It is in the hands of the company. So I think we should ask the company if they'd be willing to come and have a talk to us, but we have to respond to this in the time frame that we've been given.
But we're making a decision that we don't even know needs to be made.
No, we're facilitating, we're making a point that we don't agree with the proposal that has been put forward, and that we would like to see an alternative proposal. We can't control the process, we need to submit on it.
But if this goes ahead and we vote and approve the council staff recommendation, on 2, technically we're supporting moving permanently the cenotaph.
No, we support it being a controlled activity under the plan. What we're doing is supporting it being a controlled activity, not a permitted activity.
Correct. So what we're supporting is that there be a streamlined process for moving it if the prerequisites are met, and that if the prerequisites are not met, then that resource consent application goes through standard RMA process. What it's not doing is expressing a view on behalf of the council as landowner about the appropriateness of moving it or where the relocated site should be.
Yeah, and that's why they've changed it from a suitable site on council-owned land in the square to publicly accessible site.
But it seems that the point where could be shifted to is the spot where the police kiosk is.
No. That would require us to consult on the location. So every locations that have been discussed, and there have been more than one location, there's been Latimer Square, Cranmer Square, and 2 parts of Cathedral Square. They've all been discussed in various documents that the RSA have put out a number of years ago. So all of those require a council consultation because they can't.
Needs to be moved, which we haven't
actually. They can't be moved. No, but it's not our decision to move it. It doesn't belong to us, and it doesn't belong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it needed to be moved,
yes.
Why would we choose to be involved in it? I realise that it is a citizens' move.
This is a controlled activity. This is our district plan. So we're the regulator. They're asking to permitted activity.
Controlled activity.
They're asking for permitted.
No, they're asking for controlled activity.
But not this level of control.
Correct, not this level of control.
So we're asking for it to be much more controlled.
Yes.
Yeah.
The council's involved in this whether it wants to be or not, because as the Mayor says, what we're talking about is an application for resource consent under the RMA. In that process, the council is the consent authority. The council makes the decision on the resource consent application. So the council is involved wearing that hat. The council's also going to be involved wearing its other hat as landowner under the Local Government Act if the relocation is to be onto council land. So, wearing your first hat as regulator, what do you want the Minister's changes to the OIC to enable? Do you want the Minister's changes to the district plan? Do you want them to enable the war memorial to be moved simply if a heritage expert says that it's appropriate for it to be moved? Or do you want there to be other prerequisites?
But the wording is totally kind of saying if a heritage says it has to be moved, but there are engineering processes around which perhaps it wouldn't need to be moved. And I realise that on the things you put up, that seems the primary is speed, i.e. time and cost. And that I don't believe should be the primary.
But Tim, it says here that an engineer has certified that it cannot be reasonably, practicably protected in its current location and or the economic viability justifies removing it to make way for another structure. So
could they move it and then reinstate it where it was prior at its original site?
Yeah, they can apply for consent for that. Yep.
But can we ask or insist that that is what we are wanting? So the cenotaph is moved during construction and reinstatement of the cathedral and then replaced back in that spot. We haven't got that anywhere, have we? So they could actually remove it, do some different things and say it can't go back there.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
And one option available to the council on this report is, instead of what staff have put up there under 1.4 for that the council written comment be exactly what you've just proposed, which is that the council supports the controlled activity status only if the Citizens' War Memorial, if removed, is going to be put back in exactly the same spot within a set period of time. That is an option.
So is that something that staff have considered? Because it doesn't seem to be here.
This is a heritage matter. I think, Amanda, it would be your preference, would it?
Yeah. I mean, why isn't it? Yeah. It is. The thing we're missing is it's a Citizens' War Memorial, and yes, it's an Anglican cathedral, but all creeds and colours go there to remember and to honour those that served, and that's what we've got to remember. We can have all the reports we want. So could we state, in your opinion, that we could say if it needs to be removed, that within a specific period of time it can be re-established back in the same position?
Well, it's the ideal scenario that an item remains where it is. If it has to be removed, then if it can be put back again, that would be ideal. Otherwise, a secondary aim would be to relocate it within the same setting. In this case, that's Cathedral Square. And then the last resort would be to relocate it to another site, which often has the effect of removing a lot of its significance.
So in all the designs that we've done over the years and the millions of dollars that have been spent designing and redesigning Cathedral Square, I hadn't actually seen, I believe, one that had the cenotaph anywhere else. So yeah, I would like something added, and that would be the prerequisite for me, that we would be, if the cenotaph had to be moved, then it would have to be replaced back into its current and original position.
Yeah. Look, I'm probably going to adjourn the meeting for morning tea, so that there's no morning tea outside. Yeah, I'll take questions. Just a minute, please. But the reason is that there's obviously going to have to be a bit of work done on this over the break, and it's not that straightforward because it isn't our order in council. We've been asked for feedback. We don't own the memorial. We don't own the land. We probably need to just consider what because we may have to put up some alternatives rather than a single option. But I mean, we're on a deadline, and that's my issue for today in terms of the timing to get something into the minister. So, and I do think it was a genuine oversight that it wasn't raised with us earlier. Melanie?
Yeah, my question's along the same lines. With the wording, it says removing it to make way for another structure. So when you say another structure, that either could be a crane, I guess, or something like that needed for the building, or another extension building. So what is it referring to? Is it referring to either of those?
It's the officer's intent in that drafting was that the structure means building, not a crane.
Right.
So that's an easy
well,
change.
I would support this if we just got rid of the and or any of the rest of it. Just only if it cannot be reasonably protected in its current location, but the only way I'd support this actually.
So if the resolution ended at that point, then that would enable it being removed and placed in storage.
Or relocated to a temporary location.
And or economic viability to make way.
It's the balance of that sentence.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's reinstatement. Reinstatement is
Has anyone got any
It's
more
not building something
questions
new.
for staff? Because as soon as the questions are done, I think we'll start. We'll take a break and we'll get some wording together that tries and reflects the views. Andrew.
Thank you. And this also relates to the issue of the removal of the memorial. I mean, I'm generally in agreement that the prerequisites and conditions approach is the right one. I'm just interested to drill down a little bit further, particularly given what we've just heard from the heritage experts, on the thinking behind changing the resolution, the recommendation from suitable site on council-owned land in the square, given that if it needs to be moved, and there's obviously the conversation about it being put back in the same place, but if not, then elsewhere in the square, clearly would be preferred. What's the thinking behind broadening that to a publicly accessible site, and would that actually be supported to the same extent from a heritage point of view? And also perhaps any comment on how easily that might be achieved given the need for consenting at the new location.
So I'll start with my thinking and then I'll pass on to Amanda and Brendan. So my thinking on that came out of the discussion in the informal this morning when there were some concerns expressed about the council expressing a preference at this stage, and the knowledge that there has to be another process that the council needs to go through if the relocation is to be to another site within Cathedral Square. So what I was doing there was putting in front of the council meeting another option for that part of the resolution. Now, your second part of your question is that option preferred by the council's heritage experts, and what's their advice?
Yeah, so I guess what I'm looking for is some heritage advice on your proposed changed wording.
So the publicly accessible wording doesn't give you reassurance that any new site will be compatible with heritage values, which is the key thing we're seeking. And that's a current matter of discretion in the plan when we're considering relocation of heritage items. So ideally we want to be able to consider that factor.
Which is more important, that or boxing it up and putting it away for a few years? Would you rather see it boxed up and put away than put in a less appropriate heritage site?
The danger with boxing it up is that it takes a lot longer to get it back out onto a public accessible and appropriate site. So that isn't our favoured option.
I mean, the trouble is that we're not going to debate whether we agree with particular locations as part of feedback on this order in council. That is not going to happen. So
I suppose what we're just trying to do is maintain the heritage values of it, because the heritage values of it are intrinsic in terms of its location.
I understand that. I understand. Yanni, you had a question?
Sorry, just going to check on the trees. So if we didn't put supporting the removal of the London play trees in and just said that we didn't believe that needed to be done, then they could still get a resource consent to take down the trees. So I was just trying to understand if we... what the time frame for that would be compared to the fast-tracked order in council.
That's hard to predict because the application for the removal of the trees needs to be lodged. You need to see the assessment of environmental effects. The council's resource consent officers will need to make a decision on whether it's going to be notified. It may be that it's feasible that the council's decision is public notification, in which case you've got submitters and opposition, hearings, appeals to the Environment Court. So we're talking there 1 to 2 years, optimistically.
Good.
The streamlined process means the proposed order in council says that the council has to process the consent application within 40 working days, and Claire is quite comfortable with that, as the council's senior planner is quite comfortable with that as a time frame. So we're talking about the difference between 40 working days and a couple of years.
So my understanding with the RMA changes, there could be an expedited process for consent.
Which RMA changes on it? There was engagement started on a possible wholesale change to the RMA.
I thought there was an ability for people to go further up the food chain and get changes made quicker. Is that only for district plan changes, not for resource consent?
Yeah, that applies for district plan changes. People can also apply to the Environment Court or ask that resource consent applications go straight to the Environment Court without going through a first instance hearing in the council. So that's the sort of process that you've seen for things like Hagley Oval, or there's one underway at the moment to do with the commercial area in Yalthurst. But so that cuts the time frame down by the months that are involved in the first instance council hearing.
Cool, thank you.
All right, well look, I think we'll adjourn for 15 minutes. It's 11:16, so we'll be back here at 11:30 and we'll have a discussion about whether we can get some resolutions that capture the opportunity that we have to feed back to the Minister. So adjourn till 11:30. Thank you. So I think that people have had actually more time than I should have allowed to have a good look at this. So what have we come up with? I'll hand over to you, Brent. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to help, we've now come up with 4 options for you to have a think about. Option number 1 is what was in the original staff report, and that's what you see there under 1.4, without those words crossed out.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's with the words under the word or further down. Can you see that?
Yes.
So that was the original recommendation in the officer's report. That's option 1. Option 2 is the tinkering with that we started the presentation of this report with, and that's with the words in yellow, that the relocation be to a publicly accessible site.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the preference of the heritage experts. So that's option 2. Now, then it gets a little bit complicated. Option 3 is with 1.4, as you see up there, with the words struck out and the additional parts 2, 3 and 4 in bold.
Oh, yeah.
So just let me take you through that. That would mean that the council supports the removal of the memorial being a controlled activity, only if it's been certified as not being reasonably practically protected in its current location, and it's moved with minimal deconstruction at the same time to a temporary site to which the public have access, and unless prevented by there being a new building in its way, it's relocated then back to its original site within a specified time frame. And we'll work out with the Chief Executive what that time frame is. That's a matter of detail for us to put in the written reply. And if the relocation to the original site is prevented by there being a new building in the way, it's then relocated to a site to which the public have access. That's option 3. Now there's an option 4 that Brendan and Amanda were just describing to me, which is rather than those words publicly accessible site at the end of option 3, it says to a location, to a publicly accessible site that is compatible with the heritage value of the monument. And I think that is obviously a useful addition. Now, that does create problems for drafting, technical, legal problems, but I'm sure we can deal with those. We'll worry about that in the detail of the written comments. So is that reasonably clear, the 4 options that are now on the board in front of you?
Not necessarily. So that last option is an amendment to 2, so that it reads, at the time of removal, it is located to a publicly accessible site that is compatible with its heritage values.
Yes.
Yeah. No, well, hang on. Sorry, but wouldn't that apply to 2 as well?
It would apply to both 4, and it would apply to 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
In which case, that could be much closer to the original resolution than just the words publicly accessible site.
Yeah.
Is it a question? Yep, Melanie?
So what would be the wording that we would have if we were to say that it could be temporarily removed for the purposes of reinstating the cathedral without any auxiliary buildings and then putting it back in exactly the same place?
Sorry, can you ask that again?
What would be the wording that we would have if it was that we would support temporarily moving the War Memorial to a publicly accessible site with compatible heritage values, and then expecting it to go back to its original site?
It's there.
That is what we've got.
But it says unless prevented by a new building, and I'm not putting that. Well, I wouldn't support that wording.
What if there is one there?
Well, I don't want one.
Well, if there's not one there, it's a controlled activity to temporarily take it away and then put it back. That's what that's saying. Yeah.
What you're asking is, can we prevent them building a building? Right.
No.
Tim.
With regards to the statement of prevented by a new building, one could almost assume that Christchurch Reinstatement Limited didn't want this cenotaph there full stop. So if they've got, so we're assuming, are we, that they've got plans for that site. So could we not find out if they do or not? Because that's a different discussion, because we can talk about all we want about heritage, about going and moving it, etc. But it is a citizens' war memorial, so wouldn't that be something better than that with regards to going out to consult? So if they are going to put a new building there, and we are going and we move it, that's a very different discussion to what we're having here. Now, if it is going to be moved, the discussion should be with the people of Christchurch, shouldn't it? Not us.
With respect, I think we're getting into the wrong discussion, because the discussion here is about what does the council want its written comment to be on a regulation that central government is proposing to make that would streamline resource consent processes. So the question for us isn't what exactly is the cathedral going to look like. That's not an issue that you're dealing with. The issue you're dealing with is what sort of regulation does this council support central government making? Now, that's why in the presentation of this report I started out by describing the purpose of the Reinstatement Act, which is fully supported by the council. The council supports there being a streamlined process for resource consent applications for cathedral reinstatement. What you're trying to work out is where you want the council's comments to land on the balance between facilitating reinstatement and having assurance of protection of amenity and heritage values. So what type of resource consent application do you think should go through the streamlined process? That's where this discussion lands, not detail of cathedral design. We don't know. That's not in front of us.
I think that's the crux of the problem here. I'm looking at it totally different to yourself, because I'm sitting here looking, and yes, we do want this to happen. We do want the reinstatement of the cathedral. We want that to happen as economically, because we've thrown $10 million at it with ratepayers' money. So we've got to be careful with that. We've got to be responsible. We also want it to be reinstated very quickly because it is a symbol, not just an Anglican church, but as a symbol of Christchurch and a lot of things. But the end result is the tree going to survive? Is the cenotaph going to be somewhere? That, I believe, is what the people will really want to know. And us talking about, heritage values, if it could go here or here, it should go there if it's moved. But the question is it ever going to, is it there a want by the owner of the land to put it back? If not, then let's be honest about it and talk about that. And if it is, then there's no discussion here. It's about time frames of movement. That's really what it is. That's for me what it is.
And from the legal and regulatory point of view, which is where I'm giving my recommendation to you from, it's about what sort of framework does this council support central government setting up? Does this council support central government setting up a framework that enables removal of the memorial on the basis of option 1, 2, 3 or 4? Simple as that. And in making that decision, there is a gap in our knowledge. We don't know what the plans are. And that gap isn't going to be filled and there's no requirement for central government to fill that gap for us. We're simply being asked to comment on a regulation.
Can I hazard a guess? Because I want to truncate this. I mean, I think you've done a brilliant job over a short break to try and capture how some councillors are feeling. The fundamental underlying issue is that everyone assumed until last year that we owned the memorial and that we were under an obligation to move it ourselves. And the cathedral, the church property trustees believed that all they had to do was to ask us to move it and that we were legally obliged to do so. We found out that was not true last year. And ever since that time, well, actually it might have been even the year before, it might have been 2018, but ever since then there's been toing and froing and consideration being given to a range of issues about what is best under the circumstances. And I suspect what really underpins all of this is that the CPT would like to have this memorial placed on public land and they would like to gift it to the city. And I know that the city, generally speaking, would like to accept that gift, but we can't accept the gift on their land under the circumstances. And the difficulty is that we're now having this discussion in the context of a legal technical discussion around an amendment to the district plan as to the level of control on a controlled activity. And it is not the right time or place to have the bigger conversation. So what I want to do is to be able to bring us back to the actual technical issue, and we can take the rest of it offline. We can express to the reinstatement company our concerns, we can express to the ministers our concerns, but she is now in a legal technical process, so she will not pull out of the process in order to have a conversation with us. She can't. So the company have informed council staff about this. Our DPMC have talked to council staff about this. It was late to us, and it is simply an oversight. And I don't want to hold things up any further because of that. What I want to do is I want to get as best possible an outcome as we can. And I actually thought that when we had a quick discussion the other day, that it would have been preferable to go with the proposal that was put forward. If people want to take out the economic viability, well, then you can certainly expect the cathedral to come back and ask for running costs for the cathedral. The operational expenditure, I think, will be dependent on whether they can get that visitor centre actually into a space where it can produce viability. But I don't know, because I'm not aware of the plans in that regard. If the memorial could technically come forward onto our land, it would solve a lot of problems. But I understand that not all councillors are in agreement in that regard. So I just would rather that we took a thing. So I'm going to move the original recommendation and see whether I've got a seconder for that, Sam McDonald. And I'm assuming that there will be people that will want to amend the recommendation. So did you want to amend it?
No, I still had a question to
Okay, well, far away. Question.
Thank you. And actually, I agree with some of Tim's concern, but mine's slightly different, because obviously this order in council doesn't expire to 2032, and I'm assuming it's for the whole reinstatement process. So does that give them the ability to do new buildings through the streamlined process and basically get that done under the radar?
Yes.
It's in their legislation, isn't it?
Yeah, it's because of the scope of the definition of reinstatement that's in the Reinstatement Act.
So I guess...
and what's proposed in the Order in Council is to carry that through, and that's one of the staff recommendations that we haven't been debating, and that's that the range of activity, the scope of activity that goes through the streamlined process of reinstatement be narrowed a little bit.
I guess I'm concerned because I am very concerned about the natural heritage potential loss there and also the war memorial, but we potentially could create a process, well, they'll create a process that will allow them to do new buildings that will actually be able to be done, get through the RMA without any public notification, and probably squeeze out actually some really important features of our city.
Well, that's in the legislation itself that the council
They've already
supported
got the
in
power to do
2017.
That's the point. Yep. So I've got an amendment. So you want to amend? Sorry, I've got a resolution. You want to amend it?
No, I've got a question about what you've moved, just because I can't see it on the screen at the moment. Is what you've moved the original recommendation as was in the paper?
Yeah.
So relating to removal to another location in Cathedral Square, or to another publicly accessible site?
Well, I was looking for a seconder for it, but so I got a seconder for the original resolution.
Yeah, it's just a question about the wording.
Yeah.
Of what's been moved and seconded.
Yeah, the original recommendation.
So a location in the square. A location in the square.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Because then it's moved once. It's not moved more than once, which is a risk to the... Well, the thing is that we would have to consult on it anyway, but my view is that to bring it onto council land actually solves a big underlying problem, which is the CPT own the land underneath the memorial, technically making them the owner of the memorial. And that cannot be allowed to continue, because if it continues, we will continue to have this debate forever. So that's, I mean, I just want to bring it to a head. I want us to have something to debate. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm trying to be helpful and facilitative of a good outcome, but it's hard. Melanie.
If this fails, I'll support the other versions I've had showing.
So you foreshadowed the other motion. Yep. Okay.
Next was your wording. With the economic viability.
Yeah.
Moved in the other 3 points.
So do I have a seconder for the shadow, right? The alternative resolution, right? Okay. So that's foreshadowed. Melanie Coker and Pauline Cotter. Okay. So so we'll open it up for debate. Tim.
You know, I'm going to be voting against this, and it's really simple. I think that if the question is that it will not go back there because of a number of reasons, then we should open that up and ask the citizens where it should go. Not about going back into somewhere else in the square, but where it should be, because it is a citizens' memorial. Before the earthquake, when you went there were New Zealanders, there were old family New Zealanders, there were creeds and colours. It wasn't an Anglican cathedral, it was a symbol, as the cenotaph is. It is a citizens' memorial, and I think that's where it should be. Going around and saying, oh, we've got a framework, but you've got to have an end game to a framework, and I think that's the bit that's missing. There's no connection. Is there going to be a new building there? If there is, then all of this is irrelevant. We should be talking about where the best place for the citizens are, and I totally respect the heritage side of it, but there's nothing worse than having plans for a modern new Cathedral Square and plonking something in the middle. It's just, there's this, a real couple of gaps here, but the number one thing for me is we should be talking honestly and then coming out to the citizens, and I think that's missing.
Sam, Pauline?
I can be really brief. I think probably the last hour and a half has typified why the cathedral hasn't been built already, so I just strongly urge people to actually support this and get on with it.
Pauline?
Yeah, I just think we're in a rock and a hard place here. We need to do something, and this has come to us. I believe I heard the Mayor say the other day, it's a courtesy, it's not an obligation that this has come back to us.
I was wrong. I
All
often
right.
am. Sorry, I am going to interject. I am going to interject.
Yeah.
This
part of the process,
is a legal process we're in now.
Okay, well, it's come to us for basically a comment on whether we support it being a controlled activity or not. And it's a horrible situation. The whole thing centres around, I think, really the meaning of that, the definition of that word reinstatement. It actually allows them to do all these things. I never envisaged the cathedral was going to have an extended building put on the side of it, or it could be two, I don't know. I still don't know anything about it, what it looks like. I don't support that at all, and I don't think the people of Christchurch would support that, and nor do I support the removal of the trees in any way, or the moving of the memorial. It's just, this is quite a surprise, and I feel, once again, we're in between a rock and a hard place. So I'm just hoping that the Minister can get the feeling of what we're representing, the people of Christchurch, and I'm sure that the people will support our feeling on this. So we're going to have to support something here, or the outcome will be far worse. So it's either the substantive or the amendment, which I'll hopefully support the amendment here.
Melanie?
And I'm disappointed we have to even have this discussion today, because as Pauline said, in my mind, reinstatement is reinstatement. And it's all about the heritage. We're rebuilding the cathedral because we believe in its heritage, and that includes its surrounds, and I don't believe anything should be altered. So that's why I'd support, won't support this particular motion.
Anyone else? Yanni? Aaron?
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge the technical staff advice that we've received, and just to quote, the heritage values of the trees is more significant than the benefit that might accrue from extending the footprint of the cathedral in a way that requires removal of the trees. There is no evidence that the trees are in poor health, and they're likely to have a remaining life in hundreds of years. They do not pose a danger to people working on the reinstatement, and there's no evidence that there's any need to remove them in order to reinstate the cathedral in its current footprint. Due to the changes in the surrounding environment, it is unlikely that a mature tree of the size will ever be able to be established in this location again. And, I think for a council that's declared a climate emergency and takes sustainability seriously, enabling healthy, mature trees of this magnitude to be fast-tracked for removal is just something I would not consider supporting at all. It does worry me that what should have been a reinstatement of the cathedral is turning into a far bigger exercise than what I certainly anticipated. And I think this whole process speaks to the fact that although we've had COVID-19, the communication between us as a funder and what's being sought just doesn't seem to be happening. So I can't support what's being proposed today. I do support actually the staff comments in terms of the expert advice, and what that shows to me quite clearly is there is simply no need to have fast-track processes for the trees or the Citizens' War Memorial. They can do what they need to do within the rest of it, but not on those two, so I won't be supporting what's been put forward.
Mayor, apologies for speaking
sorry,
up,
we can't enter into the debate now. So the debate started.
There has been a misunderstanding of the council of the recommendation in the staff report.
Well, if people were generally comfortable with allowing the standing orders, okay. Thank you, Brent.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't want there to be any misunderstanding about the resolution. So the passage you've just read from the staff report is in support of the resolution up there about the trees. There's not a conflict between the two. So the city arborist who expressed the views you just read out supports the resolution that's up there for the trees because it means that the streamlined process is available only if the removal of the trees is necessary for the reinstatement of the cathedral in its current
existing footprint.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
apologies for speaking.
Yeah, no. It was very good because sometimes councillors do misunderstand the technical information they've been given. So thank you very much. Aaron.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple of things on this. Firstly, I actually commend the Minister for trying to speed the process up and get things going. There are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of people in the city that just want it to get moving. At the cost of what is always the question, but that is life. And if you look at the history of the cathedral, the surrounds of the cathedral have changed many, many times, and there have been a lot of changes in the square over time. This process may mean there's another one, and so it will be. But this is the heart of our city. There will always be changes around that heart, and I'd just like to say, when it comes to controlled activities, what got us here, wouldn't it be great if earthquakes were a controlled activity?
Anyone else? Sarah?
Thank you. And I know there's been an enormous amount of work in a very short time on this, and I'd like to acknowledge that. But I'm firmly of the view that we shouldn't be destroying such significant natural heritage or other built heritage to facilitate the reinstatement of another piece of heritage. It's not necessary to remove either. They can be worked around, and I'm not prepared to allow their removal just for the sake of expediency. I can see that having the council feedback may mitigate the current proposal, which I completely disagree with, and that without our mitigation the outcome could be worse. And I acknowledge Brent's explanation, but disagree that the reinstatement would be something worth destroying that natural heritage for at all to start with. So I'm struggling to support this at all.
Anyone else? I'll just close off my own resolution. Look, I would actually like councillors to support this. I know that it sounds like it isn't going to pass, but I think that's such a shame because what the ministers asked for us, and we have to reply by the 22nd of June. We don't get to extend the time. That's why we have to make the decision today. You know, it is a genuine oversight. You know, staff have been talking to staff, officials have been talking to officials about this. It hasn't come up to council before now because we didn't have the formal documentation. There were assumptions made that information had been passed on and it hadn't been. So, you know, I mean, people make mistakes. This is a difficult, challenging time. We've had a lockdown period. We have an opportunity to put forward what I think is, you know, it's a finely balanced thing. And the fine balance sits there amongst the trees. In the trees, it says, may require, if necessary, for the cathedral's reinstatement, removing up to the 3 London plane trees on site, which are protected by the plan. So, you know, what we're saying is that let's make sure that that applies only to the reinstatement of the cathedral. It's not for building new buildings or anything like that. So you know, from the tree point of view, it's adding protections in, and as we've heard, the city arborist supports us taking this approach. In terms of the Citizens' War Memorial, I think it goes back to the fact that we don't own it and we must. You know, we have to own it, because if we don't own it, then the decision that it could be put away in boxes for years and years and years, and actually no obligation to bring it out and put it anywhere, that's too hard for me to bear. And if the price that we pay is to find a suitable site on council-owned land in the square, because I'll tell you who decided where it was going to be, had nothing to do with the City Council, had nothing to do with the RSA. Their RSA opposed any money being spent on a memorial, and the Christchurch City Council completely opposed it going into Cathedral Square. And George Gould, who wanted the Citizens' War Memorial, who wanted it desperately, only wanted it for the square. And he went and fought for it to get into the square, the one place where there was land available, and it was next to the cathedral. And that's why he changed the design. That's why the sword is bent. We all understand about ploughshares and swords and various other quotes from the Bible that I'm not very good at. And we also understand why there's a cross at the top. It is the most significant war memorial in the country, you know, and it belongs to our city, and it was gifted to us by our citizens, and we have no right to overturn that decision. So there's my bit. So I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Ugh, that didn't work. Those opposed say no. That's lost. Foreshadowed motion. It's been moved and seconded. For the second one?
Just for what you just moved.
Oh, okay, we'll have a record of who voted for the motion.
6, 7, 8.
What? Oh, can you just write down the people that... Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Just call out the names. Sorry.
Councillor Ewan?
Oh, yes.
Councillor McClellan?
No.
Councillor McDonald?
Yes.
Councillor Davidson?
No.
Councillor Galloway?
Yes.
Councillor Scandrick?
No.
Councillor Chu?
Yes.
Councillor Coker?
No.
Councillor Cotter?
No.
Councillor Chen?
No.
Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Templeton? No. Councillor Major? Councillor Turner?
No.
Councillor Johansson?
No.
Councillor Daniels?
Aye.
Councillor Goff?
Yes.
It's lost 8 votes. 8 votes yes, 9
Yes.
votes against.
Right. Oh, actually, that was better than I thought.
That was only the yeses. All the others against?
No, they went through everyone. Yeah. Sorry, it was weird. Anyway, we'll do exactly the same for the foreshadowed motion.
Yes.
Yep.
We just make sure it makes sense.
No, you're all going to vote
Does anyone need to go to the bathroom?
unseen.
So,
Where it says here, if we change the wording to does not support it unless, because that sort of frames it in a, it says, 1.4 supports the removal,
They're supporting the controlled activity status.
Yeah, but being a controlled activity, that doesn't support the removal of it being a controlled activity unless, that sort of frames it in that whole,
Or we could say
we're against it happening.
Only supports the
unless,
removal.
yeah.
Only supports the removal of the controlled activity if.
Yeah,
That's easier,
Yeah,
that's clear.
Although if we do it the other way, it's sort of, it does.
It's a condition of the controlled activity.
Yeah. Or just put it only at the beginning instead, just to add the only. Just makes it slightly clearer that we're, not happy.
Brent, does that make legal technical sense? It's just adding in the words only at the beginning of 1.4 and 1.5.
Oh, that's fine.
Good.
Yeah.
I don't know whether to vote for
read
this.
it through or...
See that or there's no feedback.
Eh?
Yeah.
It's logical.
Yeah.
Could you put 2 separately? I don't agree with the temporary move there. We don't want it to be moved.
We'll just do a roll call again.
Yeah.
Will we? Or are people not going to bother voting against it? Yeah, okay. We'll do a roll
Can we just
call.
see- can we just check
Can
on
you,
the- yeah.
excuse me, can you please, I know that some people want to vote against some of them. If you want, or for some of them, or not against others, I don't know. I don't really care at this point. So what I want you to do is to, if you are opposed or if there is something like 1.42, you want to have a different vote recorded, can you just say that when you when it's polled?
Can I just check a process question? What's if this particular one fails, does that mean that we have no feedback at all, or is there another foreshadowed motion from someone?
No, there's no feedback, so that's the easiest thing.
Yeah, so there'll be no feedback.
Yeah.
So this has got to pass.
Even better.
Which
yeah,
would be all
that's a
open
good reason
slather.
to vote against it. Yeah. Right. Okay. Do you want to? I'll hand over.
This has to pass then.
Councillor Galloway?
This has to pass then. Otherwise there's no feedback.
Yes, because I want to get things going. Councillor Johansson?
Sorry, do you want us to individually identify which one?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
But now or
if
at the
you
end?
are, if you are, you're generally accepting this. If you're saying no to any of them, can you highlight them?
Right, okay. So support for 1.1?
No. Just tell us the ones you're opposed to.
Oh, okay. So in terms of the amendment, just 2, opposed to 2?
1.4 bracket 2
Yeah, and 1.1.
and 1.1.
Well, moving the Citizens War Memorial.
1.1.
I only support half of it, but there's no...
1.1.
That's why I was confused about the amendments.
So you're voting against supporting there being an order in council that's streamlined?
No, that's fine. Just put it in support. That's fine.
Okay.
But I'm just... That's the problem with these amendments, not... Yeah,
Showing.
being clear, but whatever.
That's right.
Just 2, right?
I have no idea what he just said.
So I support the order in council for the reinstatement of the cathedral, not for moving the war memorial. But I don't know how we record that in all these amendments.
But it's not what this report is
Then
about.
vote.
1.4 is pretty
So-
much trying to put it
But it's not what the report's about, because it's not on the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just vote against
That's fine.
1.1
That's
and
right,
just
I'll-
forget the rest of it.
No, it's fine. Yeah, so no to 1.1 and no to 2. Thanks, and support the others. Cheers.
Okay. All right.
1.42.
All right. Carry on.
Councillor Turner?
Yes.
Councillor McClellan?
Yes.
Councillor Major?
Yep.
Councillor Goff?
No.
Councillor McDonald?
No.
Councillor Kieran?
No.
Councillor Cotter?
Yes, but against 1.42.
Councillor Davidson?
No.
Councillor Scandrett?
No.
Councillor Chu? No. Councillor Coker? Yes. Councillor Templeton?
No.
Councillor Daniels?
Carl? No.
Councillor Chen?
Yes.
The Mayor?
No.
Here we go.
It's the same but in reverse.
Okay. 8 for yes and 9 for no.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Good to us.
Right. There's no response to the minister. Thank you for your. Thank you, and I do apologise to council staff, but and I'm thankful that you've put so much effort and time into this, and I do apologise that we haven't been able to reach a conclusion. But that is the nature of the time frame that we've worked under. So thank you for everything. Cheers. Right. It is a public consultation. I'm going to write my own submission.
Yeah. We are still able to put forward another motion because we haven't moved into the next part of the meeting. I mean, whether it was worth... No, actually, we're able to...
We're moving on to the next item on the agenda.
Okay.
So we've got Island Road, Middleton Road, Rickham Road intersection, safety improvements.
No, you just put forward a motion on the same...
Shall I give an
topic on the
introduction,
agenda?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
So
Our
we're
feedback was that we
reasonably
didn't
simple
take the
folk in
funds.
transport, but we'll just take you briefly through
Rather than having
the
no
agenda
feedback.
item. Lovely. So as you're aware, and we've been briefed before, this report's come to the council is to consider the Part A recommendations from the Community Board. This is, Joe, can we put the tap? This is a very complex intersection and is primarily a safety improvement project that this team and broader team have been working on for a number of years, at least 2. There's been multiple options considered. The complexity is compounded by the fact that there's a major cycle route running north-south and bus priority running north-west and a core PT route running through the site. It is Island, Riccarton and Middleton intersection is one of our worst performing intersections from a safety perspective across the city. I have a very short presentation to go through the details that we've already talked through, but we will go through those with you quickly if I can make it work. So briefly, there's the site we're talking about. The intersection is paired quite closely with Clyde Wharanui and Hanson's Waimairi, and as such the signals run in sequence along there, and to run them in sequence, as we've discussed before, you can see on the diagram on the bottom left, we need to run a 76-second sequence, or else we start, if we run outside of that 76-second sequence, we miss the green light wave, and as such you start hitting red lights, then you start getting traffic building up along the intersection, along Riccarton Road. And as we've discussed before, once we start getting that traffic building up along Riccarton Road, it's very hard to clear it. Correct? This slide is a bit nasty, too many words. I have a couple of diagrams that'll explain it better, but this is the slide that we have talked to before. We did go to consultation and it was reasonably evenly split. There was about 53% in favour. We didn't ask for a clear yes-no vote on it, so there was a lot of feedback about other options. There was a lot of discussion. We have had multiple discussions and briefings with the Community Board as well about all of these different options and how we do it. The complexity of this intersection, in order to address the safety issues, we have to do something reasonably bold. Yes, that's the right word. This is the proposed solution. Now, the bottom of the screen is Island Road, so you're actually looking south. It took me a bit to orientate myself, so I just wanted to do that for you. We are proposing to make, the staff proposal is to make Middleton Road left in, left out only. You will be able to move from Island Road through and up Middleton Road. And the other changes along the way also include some improvements at both Clyde Wharanui and at Hanson's in order to keep the flow going. The modelling, there have been 16 different schemes modelled. We've got in excess of 40 schemes that have been worked up, so all of the possible permutations have been worked through as much as possible. The aim of this project and the result of the staff proposal is to improve safety for all users at this intersection. So not just cyclists and pedestrians, because there are high numbers here, but also travelling car traffic, and improve the flow for buses. It's believed, and the model shows, that the northbound traffic on Middleton Road, so heading towards us in that picture, the majority of it will divert into the Clyde Wharanui corridor and the Hanson's Waimairi corridor. This is, very briefly, this shows the movements, and my apologies because this picture's been reoriented. Middleton is now at the bottom and you're looking north. This shows the movements that are all retained, all the green arrows. It's a bit of an ugly picture, apologies. The 3 red arrows are the ones that are being affected. Now, that traffic moving northbound on Middleton Road will be able to still turn left and head down to Waimairi or Hanson's. You will not be able to turn right from Riccarton Road into heading east into Middleton, and you will not be able to move straight through from Middleton to Ilam or down to west to east on Riccarton. That affects, there are about 7,800 cars that use, so there was, the number of 7,000 was in the community board resolution. There's about 7,800 that use Riccarton Road. Approximately 4,300 of those are northbound traffic, and approximately 2/3 of those either do that straight through movement or the right movement. So that means this change, as in the red arrows, affects approximately 2,000 cars a day, 2,800 cars a day, sorry. Let me carry on. The community board asked us to consider, and that's why it's come to you as a part A, the double cycling of traffic signals, which involves running the cycle crossing in one cycle, then a through movement for Island Road and Middleton Road in the next cycle with the Riccarton cycle in it. And also the split phasing, which means we run Riccarton Road and Island Road as one cycle, then Riccarton Road and Middleton Road in the next set of phasing. All of those result in quite poor level of service. I have tried to do an animation. I'm not sure that's going to work. My technological skills might be challenged here, but we'll see if it'll run. This gives you an idea of what a longer cycle is. You would typically get 10 seconds to run that westbound movement along Riccarton Road. That would give you a clear turn north into Island Road. Is it going to run? And would allow pedestrians to cross Middleton Road. It's not running, so I'll just have to bump through it. You would get 40 seconds to run this phase cycle B, which clearly runs Riccarton Road straight through in both directions, but has a filter right turn in both directions, and that filter right turn conflicts or crosses at the same time as the pedestrians are crossing Island and Middleton. So you've got 40 seconds sitting here. You've got another 10 seconds sitting with Island coming down, going both directions. Now remember, your buses are coming down Island Road and turning right onto Riccarton up towards Bushin. Oh, it is running. And then you've got 16 seconds running this cycle. And we still haven't got to the bikes getting across, the cycles getting across. This is a very short cycle. It's not running very well, sorry. And the final cycle on this is to get the pedestrians across Riccarton Road. So we've finally got to getting pedestrians across Riccarton Road. At the same time, this is a 90-second cycle. So it's quite a long period to get those pedestrians across Riccarton Road, which is a big run. But also remember, we're going to start having cars backing up on Riccarton Road with us because we're going to miss the green wave. The staff proposal app takes out one of those arms just to show you the reduction in complexity. We still run that westbound Riccarton Road for 10 seconds. Is it going to run? Then we run Riccarton in both directions. And again, we have the pedestrians crossing Island. Then we run Island Road in both directions. And then we run the cyclists. So it's a lot less complex. You can see how we've reduced that complexity of what we're trying to achieve. And that's a 76-second cycle, which allows you to keep that traffic rolling on the green wave along Riccarton Road. Last slide, promise. Ultimately, the proposals that we had from the community board to consider from the community board would all require a redesign of the intersection, so we'd have to go back to the drawing board. But ultimately, we couldn't come up with something that they would be less safe than what we have proposed to reduce those three turning movements. They will have a negative impact on travel times, and they will have a negative impact on the buses, particularly the core route going down Island Road, turning right towards Bushin. And the staff have proposed that the changes that are proposed will be managed through an extensive wayfinding and signage program and comms program, both during and following construction. open it for questions.
Very clear presentation. Melanie, James?
Every time you look at things, you see something else. I was just wondering, what is the purpose of preventing the right turn from Rickerton Road into Middleton? Is it purely about the pedestrians crossing?
It's the proximity to the intersection. So to have cars stop there to turn right, you're very close to the Ilam intersection as well. So it's
okay.
Is that
Yeah, you'd have to bring it into the traffic signals, in which case you lose all the benefits we've got on our signal phasing, so then you go back above that 76 seconds cycle time. So it needs to stay out completely, you can't have it kind of half in, which is why we've done it left in, left out.
So sorry, that's Bill Homewood, who's our traffic engineer, and we've got Adrian Thien, who's the project manager for this particular project.
Thank you. James?
Thanks. On the schedule of most dangerous intersections in the city, what number does this one rank?
I believe at the moment it's number 7. It has, in the time I've been at council, it's been up to number 4, and that includes the NZTA intersections. It's always been in the top 10, and it's one of our top ones.
Feels like it too.
It's council's.
Pretty high. It's our top one.
It's our top one.
Catherine?
Yeah, thank you so much for all your work that you've put into this. Regarding the 2,800 vehicles a day that travels from Ilam to Middleton and vice versa every day, is that number correct?
So the number, it's an estimate from. So the 7,800 accounts. Do you want to deal with it?
7,800 are the daily traffic flow on Middleton Road, and then from that we've taken the turning counts during the AM and PM peak, which is what we have for at the Ilam Middleton Rickerton intersection. Now that 2,800 are the ones who are going either straight through or right turn in from Middleton Road, based as a proportion. But we have gone back to the modellers and asked actually how much will the traffic flow reduce on Middleton Road, and it's only actually 1,700 a day, because some of them will still go up Middleton and our left turn to go around to Waimari Hansons.
Right,
so Middleton Road will go down about 1,700, but I'm expecting about 2,800 to have to divert at some.
Oh, right, I see what you mean. So where, for those vehicles that would have used that route, would you expect them to use nearby routes? I'm just wondering what your views are on vehicles redirecting to routes that are possibly a bit narrow, like Lockie Road and whatnot, that have speed bumps and
so
like.
the people taking local trips in the area will need to divert to some of those local roads, but the people that are travelling through the area, we expect to divert to the Hansons, Waimairi or Clyde Whananui routes, and the changes at both those intersections and this intersection will make it easier for them to then get onto Ilam Road to carry on with their route. So it's a slightly different way of taking the same journey.
Thank you.
I've got Sam, Jimmy Chen, Anne Galloway.
Quick one. Thanks, Lynette, and the team for this. In terms of it, so it's obviously been through the community board, and there's a wee bit of division on that. How much work's gone in with the community board over the last 12, 18 months? How long has it been going on for? And I guess I'm just trying to understand staff time and resource into this.
It's been at least a couple of years of developing the schemes, and we've been back to the board multiple times. We've briefed them 3 times. So there has been a lot of backwards and forwards. Yep. And a lot of staff time.
Jimmy Chen and Anne
Member
Galloway.
staff prefer the options of 1C, slightly different from the 1, option 1. So how many the cars per day, from the Rickerton Road, turn left to the Field Terrace? How much? How many the cars?
Field Terrace.
I don't think you'd see any increase in vehicles turning left into Field Terrace, because you can still turn left into Middleton Road, so it's only the people who would have turned left to say that they live down there anyway.
Okay, so option 1 and option 1C actually is not big a difference, am I right?
What's option 1 in your report?
Sorry. Preferred option 1C.
Yes, 1C is the preferred, including the Field Terrace.
Oh, so the left in, left out on
Yeah,
Field
yeah,
Terrace. If you don't have that, then people will come along Rickerton Road and right turn into Field Terrace, because they
Yes.
can't right turn into Middleton Road.
Yes.
But the people queuing there to right turn into Field Terrace, that's going to extend out and block the right turn from Rickerton Road into Island Road. And then our right turn queues are going to come into our through lanes, and that's going to cause us some quite significant problems in terms of traffic flow.
Yes.
So if we stop those right turners, then that just makes it all flow a bit better.
Yes.
And the treatment we're proposing is not ideal because it's just an island in the actual intersection, but we can't get an island in the middle of the road. So some people will still right turn, but it should stop most people right turning.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Anne?
Thank you. This intersection also connects the approved Norwest Arch cycleway, and that hopefully is commenced this year if funding is approved. Is this decision that we make today, is that funding dependent on this at all in any way?
So Norwest Arch has got approved funding from NZTA. I think we have to go back and have a conversation about this very site, but that the rest of it around it has been approved. Staff are having a conversation with NZTA because this is a safety project and whether it can be funded slightly differently. But
when you say funded differently, you
as
mean
in it could
they
be
will
additional
contribute
funding.
more
Yeah.
potentially. Yeah.
So whether it can get in as part of a safety program, but I don't see an issue with funding for this, no, and support for the delivery.
Phil?
Yeah, no.
Thanks, Lynette. Just because I've been asked by a couple of people, say I know the traffic will go to Hanson's or Whanganui Road. If I'm driving up Hanson's Road and I want to turn into town, right, onto Rickerton Road, those two lots of lights will be phased together so there's lots of flow out of Hanson, so we're not getting that. And you're going to do the same down the Clyde Road one as well. So, yeah, okay. No.
Guys, still, when you right turn from Whanganui onto Rickerton Road, you still get stopped at Clyde, and then you'll be released. So we were asked in the consultation, can we make it so that we can get that flow more continuous?
Yeah.
But it doesn't work with the signal phasing and the cycle safety. We did put it through the model as well, and it doesn't actually offer much benefit. There's winners and losers. Overall, the modeller's advice was to not go ahead with it at this stage.
At that intersection?
At Whanganui, yeah. Waimarie Hanson's, we're not changing that. They'll still get their free-flowing movement, but Clyde, Whanganui, we're not making those types of changes there.
Thank you.
We can keep an eye on it.
Yanni?
Just was curious if we've put any designations along Rickerton Road to future-proof the corridor.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Rickerton Road? Yeah.
Not to our knowledge.
Is there any strategic work going on around the cycleways and use of designations like we do for motorways?
That's a broader question, Yanni. Can we take that away from this particular intersection?
Okay, cool. Yep,
thanks.
Sure.
All right. Do I have somebody who would like to move it? Jimmy Chen, and seconded by Anne Galloway.
Just to clarify, the staff recommendations were a Part A and a Part C. So the board needed to make the decision. So we have a recommendation about removing the delegations from the board for just this project.
So where is that?
It's a section
Okay, I'm just alerting councillors to number 13, which revokes the delegations to the Hallsville, Hornby, Rickerton Community Board in relation to the traffic controls, lane markings, curb alignments, traffic islands, road servicing, turning restrictions, blah, blah, blah. These delegations relating to all the matters in Part C of the officer's recommendations in the report for item 19, Island Road, Middleton Road, Rickerton Road intersection safety improvements, and only for deciding those matters in relation to that project. So it's just off and back on again, all right? People have got that?
Yes.
All right, so we've had the resolution has been moved and seconded, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Yeah. Sorry, I just assumed that people had not wanted to debate it. No, I was doing the lot. Yeah, sorry.
Show them.
I mean, normally people say that they want to debate it, but
recommendations because it's there.
Sorry. Okay, well, look, I'm sorry. If we're going to debate it, I've got a mover and a seconder. So, is there any debate? Jimmy and Councillor Chu.
Okay, yeah, because these are the kind of the issue, close the two community board, previous community board and this time the community board, almost like a Star mentioned for 2 years. And also this intersection, like Star particular answer the Councillor Gove, this is the rank number 7, high risk of intersection, which means it's quite high dangerous at the severe injuries and also crash. So that's why the staff take a long time to establish this comprehensive report and also make a presentation to the 2 times community board as well as to the council as well. Because if we review the report, particular paragraph 4.4, why we have this kind of safety improvement plan or project? Because main purpose, main objective, we need to consider to reduce all those fatal and serious injury, and also reduce the number of the crises, as well as particular along the Rickton Road. We need to consider how to integrate or maintain those network efficiency with the public transport and also with those bus priority. We are all aware a moment in the intersection of the Rickton Road, particularly from the Dins F even to the multiple. This section has been finished, and the other section will be continuous. Also, staff mentioned earlier, one of our kind of the shovel-ready cycleway. That's the north, the west, the major cycle route will pass through this intersection. So I fully understand, because the feedback from the community, particularly concerned to make a little bit inconvenient, one way from the Island Road pass through the Rickton and to the Middleton Park Road, but why cannot vice versa, directed to there? But the staff, based on staff, this kind of briefing, particular concern, the grid kind of the waiting time, the grid, the lag, those times you will create, and also more or less create those the dangers of this kind of safety issue. So that's why we need to consider more serious. The safety issue is the first priority. Otherwise, you won't be go home, won't be go to the school. That's my view. Thank you.
Okay, Catherine.
Yeah, look, I'll be really brief. I just want to thank you again so much for all the work that you've put into this. This intersection is most definitely one of the most dangerous intersections in Christchurch, and it's so awkwardly placed. So thank you for addressing the issue. I can't support this, however, because the majority of the community don't support this purely not because it's not addressing the safety issue, it's because it hasn't addressed what they wanted to retain in the proposal. So I won't be voting in favour of this, acknowledging the fact that it will go through, but I just can't hand to heart say that I've represented my community by voting in favour of this.
Anne?
So as Jimmy said, this is number 7 in terms of safety issues. The offset layout is a problem, the restrictions of the surrounding properties. So the team has been incredibly challenged to maintain a network for efficiency for public transport, and the fact that this intersection connects with the approved Norwest Arch cycleway is incredibly important. So So the preferred option is obviously one that meets all the needs, improved safety, it provides major cycle route, it allows for future passenger transport corridors, and it improves travel time for general public. So the key for me is actually the support that we've had from the CDHB, Generation Zero, Kirkwood Intermediate, all the local schools and the university. We want our kids to be able to travel safely to school, and I'm hopeful that the council will support the staff recommendation today.
Thank you. All right. Mike.
Just quickly, I just wanted to acknowledge Catherine and the community board that obviously didn't approve their Part Cs and put forward a Part A, and obviously you're doing your job to make a recommendation on behalf of your community. But it's important, I guess, as council that we look at citywide lens on it and the impact on the whole networking. You know, this is not the best intersection in terms of its layout, and it has so many different modes of transport going through it, from people walking, biking, on the bus and on cars, and it's really important that we actually put the most safest outcome into place. And obviously, yes, some of the locals will be slightly affected, and I don't think it will take them too long to get used to the new way of driving around, and they may have to go an extra few seconds, but I think that's worth it with the amount of safety outcomes we're going to get from this decision, so I will be supporting the recommendations.
All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. So that's Catherine, Yanni and Aaron. Thank you. Right, 12:47. I'm actually going to suggest that we go into PX and do the item of commercial sensitivity in PX, and then we come back at 2 o'clock for the deputations. So moved by James Daniels, seconded by Sam McDonald. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And if we could switch off the machinery and give us a wave when that's done, if anyone Okay, so this is Standing Order 19.5, which is revocation or alteration by resolution at the same meeting. A meeting may revoke or alter a previous resolution made at the same meeting where during the course of the meeting it receives fresh facts or information concerning the resolution. In this situation, 75% of the members present and voting must agree to the revocation or alteration. It would be my intention to put the resolution to the vote on the order in council for the two aspects in relation to the cathedral. I would put the resolution again. I'm very happy that people vote the same way that they do, but I will change my vote, and that way we will get a majority the other way. And the reason for that is that I want to be really clear that it is important that we actually send something to the minister. And the reason that I do that is that I've spoken to, and the standing order requires new information. I've spoken to a number of members of staff who have provided advice that the concern is that without any feedback from the council at all, then we're not in a position to seek to influence the content of the order in council. And it would be preferable, from my perspective, that I change my vote. That means that nobody else needs to change their vote in order to do that. Now, these are procedural motions, so it requires 75% of the councillors present to support the change, and then I'll simply ask that a poll be taken of the original resolution, which is not the original one, it's the amended, the foreshadowed motion, the foreshadowed motion, and then we'll put that motion. Tim?
Because my understanding was it was so close, but we are missing. Oh no, sorry.
Yeah. So, sorry, James, you come in, but I've asked councillors. I've asked I've asked councillors, and I've got general agreement around the table to support a recommitting of the vote. I'm going to change my vote. Giving something to the minister is better than giving no feedback whatsoever, so that we can't influence at all what the order in council says.
That's right.
So I'll change my vote in order to achieve that purpose.
Okay,
So is there a resolution wording for the revocation, or?
I think we will put one, if you're happy to
Yeah,
just leave us.
I'll just leave you with the wordings, but essentially I move that we revoke the earlier resolution, which was moved by way of a foreshadowed motion. Do I have a second of Pauline Cotter? I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Can you just put your hand up for no? So that's Sam and Catherine. So that is carried by the required majority. I will now ask you to poll the councillors for the vote on the order in council. Thank you.
Councillor Galloway?
Before you do, Leanne, can you just clarify again? Just go through exactly what we're voting for, because I think
you're voting for
still a wee bit of confusion.
It was you voted for it last time.
Yes.
This is the one that.
So I can. Okay. So no change to my vote.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, that's fine. So Phil.
Councillor Johansson? Yes. And can I please just confirm that Councillor Johansson is again against 1.4?
2. Yeah, same as
Councillor
last
Turner?
time.
Yes.
Councillor McClellan?
Yes.
Councillor Major?
No.
You change your vote. Oh no.
It's all right, James.
Okay.
Well, then you shouldn't have voted.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay. All right.
Councillor Goff?
No.
Councillor McDonald?
No.
Councillor Kewen?
No.
Councillor Cotter?
Yes, except for 1.42.
Councillor Davidson?
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett?
Same as before, no.
Councillor Chu? No. Councillor Coker?
Yes.
Councillor Templeton?
Yes.
There we go.
Councillor Daniels?
Yes.
Councillor Chen?
Yes.
The Mayor?
Yes.
That's 11 votes for and 6 votes against.
Thank you, and thank you, councillors. It does make it a lot easier to provide the feedback to the minister. All right, so I do apologise to those who are here for their deputations. I'd like to move that council resolve to receive the written deputations on item 17, Development Contribution Central City Rebate Scheme. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Melanie Coker, Melanie Coker, I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And could I invite Grant McKinnon to come forward, please? This is item 17, Development Contributions.
My name's Grant McKinnon. I've been developing apartments in central Christchurch since 1995. I'd like to ask that the DC rebate scheme be extended, and to do that I'll just give some quick background, some guts of it, and then I'll come to a couple of technical things which actually have quite a big impact as well. One of the very first things I'd like to say is that it's often thought that central city living in Christchurch is something new. In fact, it's the oldest part of the city that has ever been lived in. People have lived in the central city first when they came here, and they've been living here since. It's all the other suburbs that have come along after, and that includes Ngaitahu before as well. The first apartments were actually built in the early 1900s. Most of them have gone now after the earthquakes, but around the 1920s. There has always been, in my experience since 95, a high demand for central city living, but a really low uptake. We always get lots and lots of people through our open homes and looking at our apartments. Lots and lots of people want to come in. We can't quite turn them into active living sales, if you like, but there's a lot and lots of demand. If I can explain it like this, if you go to an open home in the suburbs during the weekend and there's say 100 people going through that open home, there might be 60, 70, 80 of them that would trigger and do something. They'd activate and buy or sell and move. 100 people looking in town, you'll only get about 20 or so that will activate, so it's a far lower sum. But you can see that if we do activate them and that level rises, there is an ability for the city to really achieve that number of people that we want to get in the central city. The main problem that we've always had is simply the high cost of development in the central city. I'm sure you've all seen the values and prices, and then you'll compare it to what you get in other parts of the city, and it's simply high. It's really hard to avoid all of those costs, except perhaps this one we're talking about today. The competition for us is, and it's good to have this background knowledge, is the fringe CBD suburbs. So when people come in and look at one of my apartments or a townhouse, the competition they will look at is the fringe townhouse. So they'll look at Maryvale, or they'll look at Addington, or perhaps St Albans, or somewhere like that. And that's where they go to. If it's just a little bit too high, they'll fall back and they'll move to the outside. So you end up with a bit of a donut with this hole in the middle. So it really is cost. There's plenty of demand, but the competition from those fringe CBD suburbs is the real difficulty for us. And that's where this DC rebate scheme has really helped since the earthquakes. I see there have been a few different numbers flying around on the actual amount that's incurred per dwelling. In my experience, that sum, if I just run through some quick numbers, is about $20,000 to $25,000 as a cost to us. That's for additional new dwellings. So if you take an average over and include existing ones, that average will come down. But for new, it's 20 to 25, and that's a cost. So when it goes back out the door to the public for sale, that goes out at $30,000. And there's no hiding from that. That's business. That's the way business works. If you don't do that, the bank will kick you out the door and you'll never get back in. I always use this example because it's a good one. On a $500,000 townhouse or apartment, say $495,000, that extra $30,000 takes it up to $525,000. That's a 5% increase. It's really roughly, it's really quite significant. And if you picture, and I often describe it like this too, the pyramid of buyers, so you have the vast bulk of them at the bottom. So if we can take it down another level, then the number of buyers we can appeal to goes way out significantly. So this has an impact at the bottom level, where we can attract far more buyers and get more numbers in. So it really does have a very significant impact. That cost thing, just to stick to the numbers for a moment, it's a very, very low margin business, and that's why you see very little being built out there at the moment. I see the 2 tower cranes have gone up lately, but knowing the background and the detail on those, they're simply paying for it out of their very deep pockets. There's very little being built, and that's because there's very little profit in it. And yeah, there are plenty of stories about people who have gone bust trying to break that rule. The rebuild, being active before the earthquakes came along, knocked us for 6, and we got the rebuild underway. We had the whole country in behind us for that. We had the Crown in behind us, all the taxpayers, they all poured in and helped Christchurch rebuild, and also all the ratepayers as well, and you guys and the councillors and all the council staff as well. And we started to get a real momentum, I thought, going, up until about a year ago, unfortunately, before that tragic day in March when the massacres happened. But I like to picture the momentum in the central city, if you bear with me, a big Flintstone type stone wheel, very, very heavy, and everyone got their shoulders behind it and started rolling it forward, and we started to get traction and places were being built and being filled up. That momentum is slowly moving, but if we stop now, I just fear that momentum is going to stop and roll backwards and squash us. Now is definitely not the time to pull back from that big stone wheel. We need to keep pushing it forward, because we did have that momentum. The attitude still sits out there in the public's mind. If we just keep our shoulder to the wheel, we'll keep it going. We don't need to hit 25,000 people straight away. All we need to do is get that momentum up. So, for example, if we simply double the central city population within a short number of years, that feeds on itself and gives the whole thing momentum. So, with that in mind, if the scheme was stopped right now, I just fear for the central city. I think that the negative of that would be significant and very noticeable. Sorry, my other note here was simply saying that it's not just a negative in terms of the market, but it's also a big negative signal to people like myself. If it gets canned today, just probably, I'll probably carry on or try to carry on, but it's a big negative signal to people out there. If you guys can the scheme, it'll be why we're wasting our time. I might as well pack my bags and go home. So in my experience, that it's very important that it keeps going. It's only got a little bit left to run in terms of time, and funds are relatively small. So please just keep it going until it's all used up, and then look to put in some other incentives or schemes, which is probably a discussion for another day, like perhaps rates, rebates, which would be the best thing on the planet in my view. So, and then finally, sorry, there was a couple of technical matters which are pretty important in my view. One is that the proposal is talking about registering a covenant on the title. I understand the thought behind the reason for that, but I really struggle with that, and my homeowners won't like that. Having things unnecessarily registered on titles really annoys people, and especially as it's only intended to catch a minority of rule breakers, whereas the vast majority of homeowners, they don't need it. It's nothing to do with them. There's no need for it to go on their title. The other thing about a covenant is it doesn't actually enforce anything. All it is a notice. That notice already exists in the district plan rules. There are no covenants for any other rules in the district plan. If there were, there'd be 1,000 covenants registered on everybody's title. So I understand the thinking behind it, but from a practical perspective and impacting the homeowners that will have that covenant, I don't think it's a good idea. However, if push comes to shove, we'd work with it, but it's going to mean some difficult conversations with our purchasers. The other technical matter is a transition from the which the staff have probably got in hand, but transitioning from the existing scheme to an extension, there's two things. Firstly, the rules will change around the covenant and limiting it on the commercial aspect, which is the whole issue that is being discussed. That becomes a bit of a problem when some of us out there have committed to a project on the basis of the previous rules, and if they change on us halfway through, it just creates a total mayhem for us. So I'd just ask that perhaps discretion is given to the council to deal with projects that are already in train, transitioning through to any new set of rules, that they're not caught out and tripped up. The other aspect about transition, and it's the same sort of thing, is the COVID-19 and the lockdown delay. We've only just now got back underway with 2 of our builds underway at the moment since March. So effectively we're sort of 2.5, 3 months already, and we've only just hitting our straps now. So really we need a bit more fat on that. So I'd ask that there's an extension of the existing rules due to COVID-19, which is this period I've just mentioned, plus some fat. So I'd suggest 4 months or something like that for just due to the lockdown and COVID-19. So that's it for me. I've been through that reasonably quickly. I don't know if there are any questions at all.
Well, we allow 10 minutes for a deputation, but I know that you've been engaging directly with staff as well, and we do appreciate, you know, the value of what you bring to the central city, and I know that councillors will take that into account when we make the decision on the paper.
Okay.
So thank you very much, Grant.
Yep.
Thank you. Lindsay Carswell.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
Where's Jo? She's going to come. Oh, there it is there. Right. I've sent through to you all. You will have what I sent through last night. I'd like to take you through the economics of the rebate scheme. And the first thing I want to say is the rebate, in fact, is a subsidy. You may think it's a rebate, but let's be quite clear about it. It is a straight-out subsidy. And of course, I want to show you in a supply and demand situation how economists treat them. Now, I taught this subject for a number of years, from Form 5 right up to 7 Form Economics or Year 13. And it's still taught. This is the basics of the first diagram I want to show you, which is up there now on the screen. This is the starting point for in microeconomics, a supply and demand diagram. And what we have there on the vertical axis, prices. On the horizontal axis, we have the quantities. We have a downward sloping demand curve. It's downward sloping because as the price drops, consumers purchase more, or it attracts more consumers into the market. We have an upward sloping supply curve, and as the price increases, the firm or the supplier supplies more, or new firms are attracted into the market. Where the two intersect is the equilibrium point, and there we get the market price and the market quantity that will be sold in this particular market, whatever the good is, or service for that matter. And that's the basic starting point in microeconomics. I'm not going to go into how a demand curve is derived. There's a lot of learning you could do in that. I'm not going to go into how the supply curve. It gets quite complex. Let's move on to the next diagram. Oh, just one point I'd like to point out to you before we move on. Have a look at the demand curve above that portion of it, which is above the price line. There are consumers there who are on that demand curve who are willing to pay quite a high price, well above the market price. They don't have to. They only pay the market price. They get a surplus, and it's a benefit to them. I'll come back to that point later on because it's quite an important one. Now let's see if this technology is going to work for me. Right, now we introduce a subsidy into the situation. The subsidy is paid to the producer, and it shifts the supply curve to the right. And the vertical distance then between the original supply curve and the new supply curve is the amount of the subsidy or the rebate that was paid. The price now drops for the consumer to P2, and the quantity increases from Q1 to Q2. There are all sorts of things about subsidies which some people, economists, say they're very inefficient. There are so-called deadweight losses involved and all sorts of other bits and pieces. But I'm going to go into all that. There's a whole lot of literature you could read about them. The next slide I'm going to show you shows in detail who gets what out of all of this. You can see there that the price has dropped, but the firm gets the price still on the old demand curve, old supply curve. So they're on price P3, what they now receive, and of course, but the consumer only pays P2. The difference is then split between the supplier and the consumer. Now, how much each gets is going to depend on quite a few factors. But in any subsidy situation, the subsidy that is paid out does not go completely to the consumer. Only part of it will. So let's move on to the next slide. This gets a little bit more complex. This is more for year 13 economics, where we talk about elasticities. It's the slope of the demand curve. And the slope will determine how much how much the consumer gets and how much the firm gets out of that subsidy. I'm only going to look at elastic demand curves because they are more appropriate to this situation of the housing market, where consumers have a choice. Buy in the central city, they can buy in the suburbs or whatever. So we have a very elastic demand curve. Not a pure elastic, but a downward sloping, highly elastic demand curve. And if you look closely at it, what happens here is that the demand actually increases quite a bit, but the price that the consumer gains is reduced. There's very little in it for them. Can you all understand that, or have I lost you all? The silence is deafening. I presume I've probably lost some of you. Yeah, I can hear the brains tuning over. All right, I don't have any questions on that, but I've done showing you there so far. I've only got one more slide ready to go. Sorry, I've got one more slide. Okay, now, the last thing I then want to show you is that... just before we move on, go back to the original equilibrium point and the very elastic one, and remember that all those consumers above the original price, they are not going to be affected by the subsidy. They were willing to buy into this market without the subsidy. The subsidy is only going to affect those who are shifting from Q1 to Q2, the ones who are attracted to the market because of the subsidy. The last slide I'll show you brings a lot of this together. It shows the market there, 500,000 say for a house, and on top of that we've got 10 to 15,000 for your subsidy. The size of the subsidy is lost in the width of that line, the price line. You can't see it because it's so small in comparison to the total situation. The number of consumers who have been attracted to the market is also very small. What I've got in that circle refers to the previous diagram, the elastic demand curve. So really, you're not attracting that many people into it. And the bulk of the subsidy you're paying out is going to the developers. It's not going to the consumer. And I just don't feel that it's been worthwhile having such a scheme. I think the money's gone to the wrong way. There could have been better ways in which to attract people into the central city. Want to ask any question on economics? Ask me.
No, I've got. Do you know how many residents that were living in the central city before the earthquakes and how many there are now?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, no, there's quite a substantial difference, and it ain't a pretty picture. That's why we've got an 8011 project to try and get people living in the central city.
I know that.
You heard the developer speak before. He said that the benefit to him was, the benefit to the purchasers of his properties was between $45,000 and $50,000. So he's obviously talking about less dense developments than the one that you were describing at 10 to 15,000. That would be the minority of developments in the central city.
There's been a couple of newspaper articles recently
you
about
got your
this, and I
information
used
from the newspaper.
Yeah,
No, that's good.
You know,
And just my last question is in relation to the challenge of the high land values in the central city. Because there are lots of businesses that have basically set up in the central city ahead of some of the developments that were promised under the blueprint. You know, the stadium and the convention centre and all of those different assets that were coming into the centre of the city. The key was though getting people living there. So, do you think we're being successful leaving people to just go with no, even though the development contributions are for the infrastructure, and we've developed the infrastructure in the central city in a way that we haven't in, say, greenfield areas?
No, wait a minute, what was the question?
Well, the development contributions go to the infrastructure. You've talked about it being a subsidy coming from ratepayers, but actually it's foregone development contributions in an area where the development contributions are not required to the same extent.
Well, it's still a subsidy.
Okay, all right. Well, we're just...
What you need to do is, look,
yep.
Take the area from just out here, Montreal Street to Rolleston Avenue, that living area, and all down to Victoria Street all the way round there. When you look at it, what I'd be worried about if I was living in the area is this constant creep of commercialisation into the area.
I agree.
You know, look the way the hospital sort of sneaked in a little bit. Look at Casual Street, you've got a Wilson's car park in a residential area.
They can't get the return on their investment. But Aaron, you had a question.
I noticed that one of your slides was a farm subsidy slide, and I totally agree that on food subsidies it really does skew the market.
I don't copy and paste out of a text.
Yeah. And you are correct that it does. There's some dire consequences to farm subsidies, and New Zealand might pay the price in potatoes very soon because of a offload from Europe. But in property, this is different because the Mayor raised that this is, the DCs are a charge for something that's already there. So some people say the complete opposite, that the DCs shouldn't be charged in the city at all, that it's not a rebate. This is a charge that shouldn't be there. And so that's my question to you. Is should you be charging for something that's already there? Whereas in the suburbs, she's correct, that it's not there, so you're paying for an infrastructure.
There must be some infrastructure you have to put in.
It's quite different from greenfields.
Yeah,
I think that's the point that we're making.
Yeah.
And I think the other point that we're making is that in terms of the actual impact that it has, and I think you heard from the developer saying it's the competition with those very close suburbs. See, I mean, in Auckland the competition is miles away, and here the competition is very close. And you can buy, I mean, you'd spend $100,000 less and get more just in the perimeter than in the central city. I think that was his point, that you can bring down the price of the central city ones. That was his point.
Well, you have to, I'm not sure what the assets that you need to, the infrastructure you need to put it and all that there. That gets complex and it's beyond my...
It is, it's good, but thank you very much for your
But anyway, I still stand
submission.
by the fact that I don't think you should be handing out a subsidy. That's all.
No, that's very clear. Thank you. And that's enough time for David Lynch to have had arrived, and I will now invite him to the table.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and apologies for lateness. I did submit on the 14th of May a very late communication setting out some concerns, and it isn't my intention to necessarily go over that, but just to set the scene, first I want to make it clear I'm here in a private capacity. Our family has an investment property in Hagley Avenue, and we're concerned about two specific Airbnb developments that were originally put forward as residential developments and were very quickly promoted to investors for Airbnb. So I'm making these additional comments, I guess, to my communication of the 14th of May in a private capacity. I want to make that clear. So as the council will be aware, I have made a number of deputations way back on the 5th of Feb in 2018 when Williams Corporation advised of their intentions, and then we suddenly learnt that what they were proposing to build, which what the council had consented for, wasn't anything to do with residential. It was a commercial development, and we had concerns in respect to the fact that when a developer fronts up to this council and makes a declaration, this is what I intend building, and suddenly we learn that the outcome is very different from what they've actually signed off. We had hoped that the council might have taken a slightly stronger view as to responding to these sort of challenges, but as recently as the Mirrorvale Lane development, we see that once again it's been left to the poor old residents to fight the battle, and the residents are left on their own. So I guess my comment would simply be this. You've developed a scheme, a rebate to encourage residential development. It should only be applied to residential development and not those developments that are being used specifically to service Airbnb. There is no issue with Airbnb. However, I know that my colleagues from the Moteliers here will raise concerns about that. My comment is where they are put forward very clearly stated what the intent is, they should be measured and they should meet the same charges that commercial developments should be required to meet. So my comments, I guess, in summing up would be that I would encourage this council not to support a residential rebate where it's clearly being used for the purpose of Airbnb, and that secondly, where it's been proven that Airbnb has received this rebate, I would request that the CEO might like to see clarification from the Auditor General's office as to whether or not that rebate should be repaid to this council. Thank you.
Right, my question relates to the difference between the paper that was going to be introduced that received all the publicity compared to the paper we're now actually considering today,
yes,
which addresses the specific issue, which is to bring in the question of covenants for titles, to make it crystal clear that it is not for Airbnb developments.
Right. Well, I would encourage the council to obviously support that.
Okay.
And on the matter of the clarification about where the rebates have been paid, I would formally like to request that the CEO seeks advice from the Auditor General as to whether in fact there is an issue with that.
The trouble is that, and you know, the issue is, well, there's a difference between, like you use the Mirrorvale one and the Hagley Ave one. In terms of Mirrorvale, there's a question of the district plan and what the district plan allows. In the central city, Airbnb is allowed throughout the throughout the 4 avenues, within the 4 avenues. The core, the city core, yeah. So it is there. It's specifically provided for in the district plan. So they're 2 separate issues. But this proposal that we have in front of us today is absolutely explicit about the go forward, which is that it is not for apartments that are to be put on the Airbnb market.
Right. Okay. Joe, I just also wish to acknowledge Jake McClelland. I understand that he's taken a rather interesting course as an independent councillor over a matter that I understand the council was originally considering, and that was the way developments were being promoted, and reference to the council not having any staff to look after reinforcement of those developments that are operating as Airbnb. I commend Jake for that. I commend Yanni as well, who's been very active in this area. And it does surprise me that it's been left to a councillor to pursue an obvious Commerce Commission matter, and why the full council isn't choosing to do that.
No, sorry, the organisation has absolutely taken up that issue, and that arose specifically out of the Merivale Lane decision. Because there were issues about, there was a challenge made, essentially, that there was an application being made that wasn't representing factually what the developer was doing. The developer changed the provisions, and the commissioner actually was quite explicit in his decision, where he said that he had to accept he had to accept what the application said. He couldn't challenge that. So, but all of that will be absolutely monitored, and we object entirely as a total council, both from a governance point of view, but from a staff point of view, to people misrepresenting the situation. And if it is brought to our attention, and if we are able to follow up, we will follow up, and we do not simply turn a blind eye, which I think was the assertion.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. We've got Bob Pringle, Chairman, Peer-to-Peer Committee, Accommodation Sector Chairman, Hospitality New Zealand. Thank you very much for coming in this afternoon.
Thanks, Ray. I'm the Accommodation Sector of Canterbury branch of Hospitality New Zealand, not the whole of New Zealand. I'd like to congratulate the council for the thought of putting the covenant on these places. We heard Mr McConnell, the developer, said he can live with it. I've circulated my dossier that we put together here. I'll just talk to it. We heard before about Airbnbs are prohibited, are able to be had within the 4 avenues. Under the Building Act, that's not quite true, I don't feel. If we're going to have Airbnbs there, it's commercial accommodation. Commercial accommodation is different. So we have to have people, and I said this last time I was here, safe in buildings. This is why we'd like to see the whole accommodation industry in Christchurch to be registered, have a number, be compliant. It's on the first day, not the last day. It'd be interesting to see in our one submission plus in Hospitality New Zealand about the My Cafe in Mount Pleasant, how it was quite quickly enforced the district plan. We've got big problems with accommodation industry in Christchurch, especially with COVID. We've had some people switch out of Airbnb, and this is a wee bit off this, but these places here are being built for them and being things. What we want is compliance on these, and the ones that have been built too. Because does this council want to have accommodation in Christchurch or not? We're a pretty sad state at the moment with pre-COVID 30% of accommodation in Christchurch going to Airbnb, an unregulated market. No safety signs, nothing protecting those people, no health and safety. It's a major concern of mine personally, plus the accommodation industry in Christchurch. This is why I congratulate to put the covenants on these, because people have to be aware. Mr Horncastle and Robin Horncastle, was it, in the paper today, said about the, we're like China having these things here. I thought he was like Robin Hood, he was trying to fleece the people. If it's not viable to do it, why should they do it? And if we're going to have people in town here, the policies of the council here is to cycleways and walks and stuff. Well, these people, and you look outside of most of these developments, and the one I see mostly is the one down on the corner of Hadley Park there. How many cars outside there all the time? The poor kids going to those netball kids when it starts up the next couple of weeks, where are they going to park? Because there's no parks there at all. So I congratulate the council on it, and I'd like to see this extended through. And if we're going to have these things used for accommodation, then they should all be fire celled, just like a commercial building, to keep the people safe in them. How are those people going to get out of that top story when smoke comes through? You know, we've had fires in motels and hotels in Christchurch. We had one a few months ago, and it was put out in the unit. No damage to anything, they got out quite safely. You know, we had the house over on Cashmere, had a deadbolt on the door. You know, people just don't realise that there's other things other than fire. If they've got deadbolts and people can't get out of them, they're locked in there. You know, you cook inside of them. So it's pretty important that we start and look at this, and this is just one of the points that, you know, Hospitality New Zealand and myself in particular, and the accommodation sector generally, because we've been putting submissions in on various things, are concerned of the way forward for this. You know, we've got one compliance officer for this section where we've got 24 for parking. Well, perhaps if we had 24 pre-COVID, we could have a lot more accommodation open a lot quicker than what we have now. You know, we have to have our priorities right of what we see. You know, what's the difference if I park in the park here for another 10 minutes or a half an hour, or if I park in someone's house and the house burns down? Airbnb, you have to realise, this can only be permitted if the people are there. If the people aren't on site, it's my belief that it's run as an illegal operation. There's quite a groundswell in Christchurch of people looking to take the council to task on this, and about the amount that is available in Christchurch. But I must give you credit where credit's due, and I'll support your motion to have covenants on these ones, so the people are absolutely clear. There's not developers going to be selling them as Airbnb where they're not. And if we want people in 20,000 in town, we don't want them changing every night. We want to get communities going in town. I think this is the most important thing of what this policy was, is to get people into town, to live in town, to work in town, to enjoy town. This isn't. If there's a cheaper option from outside the avenues, so be it.
Look, thank you very much, and thank you for noticing that we'd updated the paper. I think the reason that I pulled it off the agenda when I did was because I knew that a narrative had started around it that was just the complete opposite of what councillors wanted to achieve. They wanted to make it crystal clear that we weren't going to allow people that were utilising it for Airbnb to claim the rebate. And it is to that extent that we wanted to really find a way of resolving that. Unfortunately, the paper said we're going to now work on a way of doing that rather than actually putting in the solution. And the solution is the covenant. That's what we've come up with. We've heard one of the developers say that creates a difficult conversation with some of the clients that they're dealing with. But at the end of the day, he said, I'd rather have that than have this scheme fall over, because it does matter that $40,000 to $50,000 does make a difference when you're talking about the margins of our centre of the city being in a similar price range for so much more.
But if it's 50 cents off my rates, it would be a difference to me too.
Yeah, it's not 50 cents off your rates.
But if you collected, it would be.
No, because it's for development contributions, and the extent of the requirements are not the same in the CBD as they are in greenfields spaces.
But wouldn't it go towards the surge and infrastructure?
I'm being told off by Yanni for debating the issue, but I really appreciate the fact that you've come to provide your support based on a very clear understanding that we are not doing this for the Airbnb market.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. So now we've got an issue with the paper. So there's more than one kind of resolution. So that I'm aware of. So there is the council staff recommendation, which I would like to move. But I'm also aware of the fact that Councillor McClellan has got an amendment. But I just want to kind of work through a voting issue, because in a way we want to get... what I wouldn't want is to have something voted down and then the next one voted down.
So basically, we have the staff recommendations of fallback.
No, it's the wrong way round. The point is that what I want to know is that, because I wouldn't support the amendment unless I knew that was the only alternative. So it's better as a foreshadowed motion. So we'll deal with the motion as per the staff recommendations. Yours is...
it's a separate motion.
It's a separate motion, so it stands alone.
I don't want to foreshadow it, but that's fine. You're chairing the meeting. But
we could do it that way. Is that the easiest way? The commercial's the same. It's only one aspect.
So if we vote down the commercial on the first bit, that needs a 75% the next time. So we need to maybe split them out. That's all.
both motions have the commercial ending, so I don't think
Okay.
that's at all, really.
All right, so we're just...
Against it the first time.
Yeah, put them separately, I agree.
But either which way the commercial is.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to think of the because what I don't want is for us to have an outcome where a whole thing would fall over, even though the majority would vote for a compromise. Yeah. Yeah,
that would be a good
idea.
idea.
I could perhaps explain mine, and then people know what they're getting.
Yeah. All right. So, but perhaps Brendan, if I hand over to you for the main resolution.
Sure. So I'll just make some introductory comments. So the focus of what I suggest that we talk about is the residential rebate scheme. Growing the central city population has long been and remains a key strategic priority of council. The central city population was decimated in the earthquakes, the resulting cordons and then the building demolitions that followed. So in 2011, the central city population was estimated at 8,290. In 2014, it fell to a low of 5,050. In 2019, the last census estimate, we were back up to 6,400 approximately. We believe that in 2021 we'll get back to where we were in 2011. So 10 years after the fact, we'll get back to where we were in 2011 in terms of central city population. To further grow the population requires both supply and demand solutions. So the DC rebate scheme is a supply side option that's designed to encourage developers to supply the market. In the last 4 years, approximately 270 homes per year have been built within the central city. And the DC rebate scheme, since its inception in 2014, has contributed 1,175 homes in the central city. It's impossible to speculate or to separate what would have been if it wasn't for the DC rebate scheme. And I know that's frustrating for councillors. I know that's a question that has been asked and may well be asked again. We simply don't have the ability to crystal ball gaze about what the volume of developments would have been if this hadn't been in place for the last 6 years. Developers have advised that the scheme is both important for residential development in the central city, and it's especially important to ensure an affordable price point in a very sensitive part of the market. And I appreciate the submitter's microeconomic background, and it's accurate and factual, but the sensitivity and the emotion of purchasing homes are factors that can't be taken into account in the graphs. And there are also other incentives that seek, including government incentives and KiwiSaver and Homestart incentives, that do seek to distort the market, particularly at that particular price point of between $450,000 and $550,000. And what you heard the developer say is that it's a triangle. Most of the developments are at that lower end, far fewer as you go up the triangle, and that's where most of the buyers are as well. Residential developments in the central city reduce one of your frustrations, which is empty sites that then become Wilson car parks. They reduce eyesores created by the absence of development. And as is illustrated in Table 3 of the paper, they do increase the overall capital value and therefore the rates intake. And within a relatively short period of time, the examples that we've provided, and they're not specifically selected examples, the DC rebate is covered by the increased rateable value or the increased rates collection. This scheme was expressly intended, however, to facilitate residential development in the central city. We've just been talking about that. It's therefore for this reason that staff recommendation is for a restricted covenant, precluding the use of properties for short-term accommodation and or any other business or commercial use if a DC rebate is provided for. This doesn't solve the entire problem of problem posed by short-term accommodation or business and commercial. It's still a permitted activity, but it does solve it for where a DC rebate is sought and received. The staff advice is that DC rebate has and can continue to advance residential development in the central city, which is aligned with the council's strategic priorities. It's therefore our recommendation to continue with the residential DC rebate scheme with modifications to exclude the aforementioned short-term accommodation and commercial activities. Our recommendation is also to cease the commercial DC rebate scheme. We believe, and through the work that Gavin's done in liaising directly with developers, that the commercial scheme has served its purpose and is no longer required. Happy to answer any questions, Leanne?
Yep, good. Sarah?
Thank you. A couple of questions. Firstly, on the comment you just made about the rates and intake increasing and paying back the equivalent quite quickly. My understanding was that actually the rates take doesn't increase just if the value of the property increases, but it just spreads it further between the ratepayers because they become ratepayers
Yes.
because council actually decides on the rates take that we do. So it doesn't actually increase the rates take, it spreads it between more ratepayers.
Yeah, so any therefore increase in rates or the share of rates is reduced for other ratepayers.
Yeah, but it doesn't increase the take, infrastructure payments. So my understanding is that some developments have gone ahead, some residential developments have gone ahead without the DC rebates because there's been DC credits on the sites. Mm-hmm. Do we know sort of what percentage have had the DC credits versus those that have needed the rebate?
No, we haven't been able to pull that information.
Okay, but there's quite a number that have gone ahead without this, which has been...
Well, most of them will have rebates on the site, but they won't have for the number of properties that they're putting there, is that right?
So that's my next bit. Yeah.
The key to the difference between whether a rebate is provided or not is the level of credits on the site.
That's right.
And so the developments that have claimed rebates tend to be larger, more intensive development, which is what the council's seeking in the central city versus a single home, replacing a single home, for example, where a rebate wouldn't be required.
And so the reason we would have been charging them development contributions over and above the credits is because they would be placing more demand on the current infrastructure, which would then need to, at some point, be increased over time at the cost of the ratepayers.
Yes, they're paying for that additional demand on infrastructure.
Yeah, so it's not simply a case of the infrastructure's already there, why are we charging for it? There's increased pressure on the infrastructure that over time will need upgrading as more and more developments come in.
They're paying because the existing credits only go so far. So
That's right. So
the DC policy isn't an exact science.
No.
It is washed out, and there's some subsidisation between any developments.
That's right. Yeah, but the general principle is you're paying for increased demand on the infrastructure.
Correct.
Yeah.
But we do want to have a debate about this as part of an entire review of our development contributions policy, which does require an overhaul. And I know Councillor Johansson's been sort of raising this as an issue, and that difference between greenfields and brownfields for a very long time.
The last thing is that the CBD living, apart from the Wilson's car parks and bits and pieces, we've got a whole pile of really cool stuff in the CBD now that supports residential living around it. So Riverside Market, supermarket, a range of different things like that. But there is the perception thing. And over the years, in Christchurch as well as other cities, we've been sold the suburban dream. And developer after developer shows us lots of pictures about the lifestyle and those kind of things out in the suburbs and the sprawl and that kind of stuff, and says how great it is. What do we have that, apart from promoting an individual development, in some way sells the benefits of living in the central city? Do we do that in any way apart from people just advertising a place for sale? Or do we have a more strategic way of showing people the benefits of living close to where you work and all of those kind of things?
So the reason that central city living is an important strategic priority to the council is, as you say, it provides affordable accommodation close to places of work and places of living and playing. It is far more sustainable and efficient from a transportation perspective, and from a development perspective versus greenfields, distance away from places of work or places of play. It offers a number of, particularly where the infrastructure is built, a number of economies of scale and ecological advantages compared to any form of urban sprawl. The council does both supply side incentives, and this is the council's supply side incentives, but equally it also has demand side incentives, which are designed to make the central city an attractive place to live, with the types of amenities and the street lighting and the clean streets and parks and playgrounds and things like that. So you need to address both sides of it, because supply and demand does work in unison.
Yeah, but we don't seem to be addressing the perception issues in an active way. So we have people paying millions of dollars on advertising saying live out there, and we don't have a strategy. The council website,
so it's not the council's role to promote any particular individual development. The council's website certainly does focus on CBD living, and there's excellent examples. So we've got the amenity value, we've got the links in the council website, and we've got the examples of the value and things like that. But we're a part player in this. The market also needs to respond, and the market will do a better job than what the council will at promoting any individual development.
I'm not talking about individual developments.
I mean, the issue is, I understand it, but I think that we've really got to focus on the paper in front of us. That wider issue, which is around Project 8011 or 8011 or whatever it's called. We've really got to reach into the community and into the private sector to own that, because councils can't sell the dream of living in the CBD. I mean, I can, but it's not a council core function, and we need to partner with these business organisations. That's why I've been meeting with the Central City Business Association. That's why I've been talking to neighbourhood residents groups in the 4 avenues. We need to give them the tools to do the regeneration planning that needs to happen, and we need to invite developers to partner with us in a way that doesn't really exist. We've got 1 year of the Regeneration Act left, and I think we've got to really, really up the ante, because this is something that we could drive if we put our shoulder to the wheel, to use somebody else's example of a very large rock sitting in the middle of the city that needs everyone to put their shoulder to the wheel. So, Jake, did you want to talk about your amendment?
So the foreshadowed.
The foreshadowed one
is basically the same as the staff recommendation, except it puts an expiry date on the scheme, 4 months, which makes up for the post. Oh, thank you, Joe. I was just talking with Joe about when councillors don't switch on their microphone, and so that 4 months makes up for the impacts of COVID-19 and takes care of any of those in-train developments.
Great. Good. All right. And the first one, the original motion, that doesn't expand. It still has a drop dead, as it were, with the money. So it still comes to an end when the money goes. This one comes to an end when the time goes or the money goes, whichever comes first.
Both see the end of the commercial development, and both also have the covenant in place.
Right. Good. All right, Yanni.
Thank you. I was just interested, we kind of heard that the competition isn't the suburban, the greenfields, it's more the inner city fringe. And I mean, given our kind of key strategy around intensification, around activity centres, I'm just interested in what you think this subsidy would do to that policy. If it's just taking away one thing that we're trying to achieve to encourage it into the central city.
We don't have an exclusive focus on intensification around key activity centres. We have and the central city is the primary key activity centre for the city, so that has the most enabling zoning in terms of intensification, followed by the vicinity around the key activity centres. So I think the question of who the competition is depends to some extent on where the demand is coming from. And for families seeking a first home, they're probably not the clientele that is seeking central city living. Hence why some of the things like school zoning is less of a sensitivity factor for central city living than it is for other locations, in that they're more likely to go with a comparatively cheaper price point, some distance from the city. But I think Grant's probably correct that there's more direct competition around the inner suburbs from the central city that still offer some degree of amenity value and ability to access the city centre and work environments relatively easy. And so the question, I think, for council is, does it wish to change the prioritisation that it currently has, which is central city first, key activity centres second, last greenfield development further from the city.
Right. And I just was interested in, have you looked at how much the properties that have had the subsidy have sold for in the central city versus the equivalent selling for in those inner city fringe areas?
No, and I don't know that you'd get a apples with apples comparison. But you know, there's been apartments sold in the central city that have received the subsidy for. I think high threes is probably about as low as they've gone, but up to, I don't know, $1 million plus. And you'll get the same in the fringe area, the same range. So it's very difficult to compare one with the other.
But wouldn't we want to know who, like, I mean, if it's $1 million plus, why would we be subsidising that? Clearly that's not around housing affordability.
It's a supply side incentive. So in the first instance, it's there to get the development over the line in terms of starting. Where that funding eventually lands, it could land in a whole range of places. So it's about getting buildings on the ground.
And I think Lindsay made a good point that the greater the price, the less sensitivity there is. In exactly. $10,000 or $20,000 contribution at $1 million is far less of a percentage than.
And that's why I guess I was trying to understand where it's been going, because if we don't understand that, how can we ensure that the subsidy is actually going towards creating the houses being built versus actually not making a difference at all.
Yeah,
and I would have thought price point
we know
was one of the
there's
key.
a triangle. Lindsay had it on
Right.
an X and Y axis. As your price goes up, your quantity decreases. So we know that the value of $1 million apartments. We know that the sale of $1 million apartments is less than the sale of apartments at lower price points. So that's easy enough to do. What it doesn't necessarily differentiate is that they are an apples and oranges comparison.
Right, okay. And just the final, two final questions. One was just, we heard around the issue of people that have received this previously who have used that for Airbnb. Was there anything in the contract that, or the agreement when we give out the rebate, that required people to not make it available for commercial accommodation?
No.
So once they get the subsidy, there's no requirement that it's for the purpose of which we've got it for.
Well, the council, either of these two motions, either of these two options here, can be applied. So remember, the subsidy is rebated at the final building completion when the DC would otherwise be paid. There's a number of developments in train that can be retrospectively applied to. The developer's point was retrospective application of the of a new rule makes it very challenging, particularly in pre-sales.
What I was trying to understand is we had someone that say we should go and check for the ones that we gave it out to that are not being used for the purpose of which it was given out, and we should try and claim that back. I understand from a resource consent point of view and a district plan point of view that actually these properties may not be in breach of that. What I don't understand is from a contractual point of view, we're providing a subsidy to provide X, whether there's any way in which
our
that can be
current
done.
development contributions policy is designed specifically for residential development. So if people have claimed the rebate, I think that's the question, isn't it? If they've claimed the rebate, but their intention is to use the property and they have used the property for Airbnb, does that then make them eligible to retain the rebate or to keep or to even claim the rebate?
We don't believe so because there was no contract precluding them from doing that in the past, whereas the covenant is that contract.
Rule,
do that if you're
the
giving out a
reason we
scheme?
brought the rebate in was to encourage residential development,
Yes.
not Airbnb.
So remember, your rebate is afforded to the property developer. The property developer doesn't use the property per se. The owner of the
developer in question, let's be honest, does actually market the property and then has a marketing company that takes it over to run it as Airbnb for the investor.
Yeah, so we can get some legal advice on it, but I think it's a stretch.
I think you should. I think that's the question
It was
we
just
were
a
asked
concern that
today.
was raised. Yeah.
And we should follow that up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the only other question was in regards to sort of the priorities that we have as a council, given our financial situation and given our own state of our own housing, why you're still recommending that this should be a priority, given everything else that we've just been through in terms of the annual plan? Why wasn't this seen as a saving to fund the other things that we have as kind of core council business?
Well, I think we've answered a number of times your second part of the question on the perception of this as a saving, and I think Leanne addressed it in her comments earlier on. The council has a housing policy that seeks to provide housing along a continuum for everyone, and what this seeks to do is encourage supply-side solutions along a particular part of the continuum, and generally by the time you're in the central city, you heard Gavin say from high 300s, nowadays probably more commonly around 450 upwards. So the council has a range of other solutions, so I don't think, but ultimately it's your deliberations, that the council has ever specifically said it only wants to address one part of the continuum. Actually, it's tried to address the entirety of the continuum.
All right, so Pauline, thank you.
The covenant, 3 questions around that. Who would pay for the covenant? Is it a large cost? What is the cost of a covenant? And would it be feasible to have a covenant with an end date where it expires, which might address the concern that the grant had about putting off potential buyers? It could be 3 years, 5 years or something like that. So that's 3 questions.
The council would fund the preparation of a template covenant, which would then reduce the cost for developers who subsequently used that template to apply the covenant to their particular property. Our understanding is that registering the covenant would cost a developer around about $500 to $800. And they would do that on the parent title. And our understanding is that will cascade automatically when that title is subdivided. But that specific point is something we need to check with the council's solicitors. A covenant can have a termination date. That would be entirely up to the council to decide. We have not recommended a termination date because the council can decide at any time in the future that it wants to treat things differently, and it could decide 5 years from now to lift all covenants. So it just gives you a bit more flexibility.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so just in terms of proceedings, so I'm just trying to work out, have I got that right in terms of wanting to have, we'll have an overarching debate, but then can you just tell me how to present the resolution so that we don't have a sort of a drop dead position that no one can reclaim afterwards?
If you want a motion on the table, propose the staff recommendation.
Yep.
And a foreshadowed motion. Have your debate. If
Yep.
the first debate is lost, then you can put a foreshadowed motion.
Okay, right, that's good. Thank you. All right, so I'll open it up for debate.
Sorry, can I just check process-wise? If the staff recommendation, because the staff recommendation includes the commercial closing.
They all do.
Yeah, so they both
are
do.
the same.
But if the original staff recommendation falls over, then the next resolution needs 75%.
It's a foreshadowed, no it doesn't, it's a foreshadowed motion. So it doesn't need to be, no, because we're not recommitting the motion, we've got a foreshadowed motion.
Okay.
If this
A different
motion
one.
fails, then there is a foreshadowed motion.
That includes the
Yeah.
same
It's a
things.
different motion.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
part of it's the same.
So, does anyone want to say anything? Otherwise I'll just put, yep, Yanni?
Look, I don't think anyone is really against having people live in our central city. I know as a former central city resident, one of the attractions in our central city in Christchurch was the fact that generally rents were actually quite reasonable compared to many other places around the world. So I know as a young student, when I came back from overseas, living in the central city was something that I could afford. And there were many other people that I know in my age group that did something similar. They'd often study at the Polytech or university, and they'd live in the central city. And it was a real bohemian sort of atmosphere, with mainly older places that have been subdivided into little apartments for people. But I think the reality is, as a council, that there are many much smarter ways in which we should incentivise development in the central city. And I would suggest that way, which could be seen as rates neutral rather than as a rates cost, which, let's be clear, this is $800,000 of rates every year that other people in every other part of the city is contributing to. And, you know, that is about making sure that the people that are developing in the very expensive areas of the city, in the green fields, further and further away from the central city, pay the true cost of development for the infrastructure, rather than currently at the moment, and this is where I totally endorse what the Williams Corporation comments were in the paper. Why are development contributions so high in our central city if we want people to build and develop there? And we can change that. We could change that and have a much better situation that was enduring over the long term than having to fund this solution out of rates. So I'm opposed to this scheme continuing. I don't think we can afford it. You look at our current financial state, look at the situation we've had when we've gone through our OPEX and our CAPEX and look at the things that we're currently cutting. Subsidising $1 million apartments should not be seen as a priority at this time for us as a city. We have our own social housing, 5 complexes that I'm aware of that have been put on hold, mothballed, boarded up, not being used. If you want to talk about rates of return around investment, putting some of this money into getting some of those open and attracting the government income-related rent subsidy through leasing it to the trust or some other way would be a far better return on our investment than simply sitting on units when we know there's a huge demand for social housing in our city that's not currently being addressed. So I won't support this scheme today, not because I don't want to see development happen in the central city, but because I believe we cannot afford it and there are other ways of doing it that are rates neutral.
Okay, Pauline?
Yeah, just briefly, I just want to say that I think this has been actually quite good. We've heard evidence that it has supported residential development in the city, which is what it was for. We've put $13 million into it so far. I like the Jake's amendment because actually it puts an end date. Grant said he would be happy with 4 months. I think it looks after people who've got things in train at the moment, and it gives us surety that that's an end point. So I'll be supporting Jake's motion today.
Jake?
Yeah. So look, both of these schemes are active in my ward, and I've been an outspoken sort of critic of them in the past, and that's why I've formulated this motion to bring the scheme to an overdue end. You know, the original intention of this scheme was, in my view, a good one: get more people living in our CBD, and all the associated environmental and economic benefits that would bring. But as a submitter said, there's huge inefficiency in this scheme, and developers like Grant clearly aren't doing anything wrong, but others are pocketing the cash. And that's money we could be using to get our CBD working again in other ways. And Yanni is also correct, there is a rates cost to this. Finance staff have confirmed that to me. But as I've, what have I got? And look, constantly we're told we cannot increase DCs as a way of disincentivising development in greenfield areas. We can't then turn around and say we can lower or waive DCs in brownfields areas as a way to stimulate the CBD. The two arguments are compatible with one another. And look, obviously, we don't charge the correct amount for our DCs in the CBD. That truly reflects the cost of the existing infrastructure, but there is an infrastructural cost with developing in the CBD, and we, yeah. Anyway, I could go on and on and on, but I won't. But all I will say is, look, this smacks of corporate welfare at a time when we as a council are looking to tighten that belt, and whether that was the intention or not, that's what it is. So the motion put by the Mayor and seconded by Sam will continue to hand out millions of dollars to developers like Williams Corp. So we're winding this down, but we're doing it in good order.
Sam?
Thank you very much, Jake. That must be 2 headlines in one day. That's fantastic. Look, in terms of this, I fully support the Mayor's position, which I actually think the staff have compromised from the original paper that come through. If you think about it, the main concern was around the need to exclude Airbnb in Christchurch, in the CBD, and they've gone away and come up with a practical solution to actually do that. I think we would be doing a severe disservice to the people of our city if we didn't encourage investment in the CBD. We need, and you'll know this as the local councillor, severe intensification in terms of people living there. The retailers tell us that, everyone tells us that, and so I think there's a strong argument that while there is a rates impact of this, as staff have confirmed, the higher the capital value we can put back into the city, the less impact it has on everyone. So I think this has a lot of ticks next to it in terms of not only achieving good financial outcomes for the city in terms of increasing capital value, but it ticks at the same time, I think, social and environmental impacts as well. I actually think probably the best thing, and I hope everyone is persuaded by this, was Lindsay Carswell's presentation, which I think showed the graph, and it basically said if you lower the price, you'll increase the quantity or the demand for it. So I think that's an absolute no-brainer. And when you think about it, any development or builder in the city literally works back from that. They have their price, it's literally a line item in it. So, it's economics 101. The higher the inputs, the higher the outputs, and I think we should use a lever we can to really change that. So I just plead with councillors to show some commercial acumen and back this at a time when the city needs people and I think investment.
Catherine and Aaron, Phil.
I think, Sam, you spot really well. If you want to discourage investment and residential development in the inner city, don't support this paper. But if you actually want these guys who are actually really passionate about Christchurch to get on with their job and offer affordable housing, please support this paper. If you want them in the industry to maintain their jobs, to help deliver affordable housing, support this paper. And if you want people to be able to actually afford these houses, live in the inner city, and in turn support our local businesses who are really struggling and really hit hard by what's gone on recently, then please do support this paper.
Aaron.
Yeah, I'll just speak to one of the bits that hasn't been mentioned, and there's the deputations around it, and that is the Airbnb and the covenant that's going on. I think that's good. We've got a bit of work to do on this, and it's been raised for the last couple of years at annual plans. I know in other districts, Lakes District for instance, if you go to buy a property there now and your intention is that it's short-term accommodation, you are rated for that. It's really, really clear. I don't get why we are not doing that. We just need to create an even playing field between the motels, hotels, and anyone that's going into the Airbnb market. I mean, we shouldn't be ashamed to have Airbnb in our city because people staying in short-term accommodation will go out and eat. But you don't want Airbnb kind of hiding and all stealthy around your city like, oh, I bought this apartment and I can get away with not paying rates. They should be paying commercial rates because it's commercial property and they should be made safe like the deputation was. So in the LTP, I think that's one of the things we have to, along with the other 150 items I think we're up to currently, might be 180, that we need to get our teeth into. But and it spreads the rates around. And an empty property, just to be clear, pays clear land rates now, and when you put something on it, you then pay a capital rate on top of, and that lowers other people's rates. It doesn't increase the rate pool, it shares the load.
That's right. Sorry.
Aaron's been reading my notes. For a small little bit of money to help these guys get the rebate to get it done, turning a shingly, grassy paddock into something that will then pay lots more rates. If it's got 40 units on it, 30 units, it doesn't really matter. You get a lot more back in the long run. And exactly what Catherine said, a lot of people have invested a lot of money in their shops and pubs and what have you in town, and we don't owe it to, well, we do owe it to them. We said we get 20,000 people in, and if this helps get a few more in, the better we'll be off. Thank you.
Andrew?
Thank you. The two arguments in favour of this seems to be that it increases affordability. There's certainly been a link made there in a number of debate items this afternoon. I haven't seen any proof whatsoever that, and it would be difficult to prove this, and we've heard answers to questions that have been asked around this as well, whether the incentive does in fact increase the affordability of the units, whether the incentive goes into the front pocket of an eventual purchaser, or whether it goes into the back pocket of a developer. And that brings me to the second claim, which is that this incentivises development. There have been a number of media articles that have claimed that, you know, a certain number of properties have been developed because of this incentive. And the implication, of course, is that they wouldn't have been developed without this incentive. We don't know that. They may have been built anyway. The prices to the eventual purchasers may have been the same anyway. I would like to think that the investment that Council has put into this so far has both incentivised development and increased affordability, but we'll never know whether that was the case or whether it wasn't. I'm supportive of the motion put by Jake this afternoon, so the foreshadowed motion. I think what that does is to bring the scheme to a close in a respectful and sensible way, with a transition to an end point, which is easily understood, that respects that some developers have got developments which are in train, have been planned with this in mind, but it does bring this to what I consider to be a timely end point.
Sorry, James and Sarah. Oh, Sarah.
Thank you. DC rebates and have been a business as usual proposal for what has been a non-business as usual environment. And rather than people slamming council for deciding to draw a line under it if we do, we should be congratulated for investing $13 million so far. And we are doing what we said we would do, and we have let it run as long as we said we would. It is time for something different though. We have a pretty homogenous group of developments at the moment, and how do we get accommodation for a wider range of people beyond the boomer or young professional couples? How do we enable a more mixed-use conversions, loft style like they do overseas, to keep costs down in areas where we still have existing buildings? Families should want to be living in the central city. It should be easy, especially with Hagley Park and Margaret Mahy Playground. And the most common household type in New Zealand as of this year is a single-person household, and we need developments that are affordable for singles. And let's be clear, developments where there is no additional infrastructure demand have DC credits to be used and don't pay a cent. It's where additional demand is placed on the network that we charge DCs. Many residential developments have come in without funding from us. And let's be clear, it is economics 101. There's no point producing a product if you don't sell the dream. And I believe it is absolutely our role to promote central city living, like we promote exploring our central city or we promote events. They are all things that enhance perceptions and seek to change behaviours for the good of the city as a whole. For me, the key development that we should continue to support with a DC rebate is Madras Square, but we have a policy that allows for special developments like this one to have a one-off rebate, and it's more than likely to qualify. It is a different, more diverse development that will meet a range of needs and bring a different range of people into the central city, and that's the type that we should be supporting. Thank you.
James?
Kia ora. I've said before that I've been a resident in the central city when I was a single man in my 40s, and it was a fantastic experience. And I recognise you're living in the city, Councillor Johansson, but that wasn't living, that was flatting, with respect. It is a fantastic place to live, there's no doubt about it. And, you know, we've put a lot of effort into encouraging people to invest in the central city so that we can have more people in there. I question whether families would want to live in the central city, to be honest, but that's another thing for another decade or so. Look, Sam gave a good economics 101 lecture about the line item and the cost of building and so on. The thing is that, I'll add to that, the selling price of anything, but particularly these properties, and when you take into consideration all the inputs for building these properties, the selling price is always going to be an amount where the seller, the developer, sees it as being too low, and the purchaser, the homeowner, sees it as being too high. That's where it comes to the crossing of the two curves. So we talk about affordable properties, housing in the central city. It's not happening because there are unsold properties, and the reason for that is that the developer wants more than the market will stand. Sometime it's going to end up where the market will be able to pay, or will pay, or the developer will come down to the market. So the unsold properties are showing that we don't have affordable housing in the central city. I also note with what Jake said about Grant, the developer that was on earlier, he's not doing anything wrong, but others are. And it's good that we're putting in a covenant to correct that for those who are not doing the right thing. And so, and also the situation about having a cut-off date in the foreshadowed motion is not necessary, because this one says that this will continue until either the funding limit is reached or the council decides to close the scheme. We can do it any time we want. So I'm voting in favour of this.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? I'll just close off the debate then. Look, thank you very much. We have actually been consulting on Christchurch's Airbnb industry, so we are going to get on top of the issues that relate to Airbnb. We know that that process has been delayed by the lockdown and by the sort of extent of the focus on the immediate response to the COVID-19 crisis. So it is on our agenda. We have got things in plan. We have been consulting. It had a very high level of participation, and that's because there is a lot of interest in Airbnb. And I want to thank staff for taking away the paper that we had on our draft agenda, on our agenda. I pulled it off the agenda because I knew that it was the narrative was being taken from us by people debating about what we were going to debate rather than actually seeing that we wanted to resolve the problem. And I really appreciate the people who came here today, who'd taken the time and the trouble to read what had been proposed and to give us some comfort about the concept of the covenant that we put on these titles in order to provide that protection. This is not an open-ended, as James has just said. It is just simply to the end of the dollars that we set aside to draw down against. So it doesn't provide us with more money for our budget for next year if we stop it on the 30th of June. There is no more money that just magically appears on the table. I think others have mentioned quite rightly that when we get additional development, when we get the level of intensification that the central city is designed to support, not just here but anywhere in the world, you actually do end up reducing the load on other parts of the city because the benefit of that development is shared across the board. As we know, it doesn't increase the amount that's coming in, it actually shares the load across the board. So I'm in favour of this. I think that staff took away the paper that had the intention expressed, but have come back and have delivered a very practical solution which enables us just to allow the money that we had originally set aside for this to occur. Now, I've got a saying in life which is timing is everything, and at a time when we have got businesses screaming, at a time when we've got places like Riverside Market, places, like Cashel Mall, like all of our central city places that, they've been waiting for the convention centre. There won't be any conventions at the end of this year. That's going to have to wait till next year. The stadium is still coming, but it's still a long way off. So people, the Metro Sports facility has been delayed, so that there is this sense of, we've had this ambition for so many people to live in our central city. We've even got Project 8011. I live in 8013, so I don't know how 8011 doesn't include where I live, but it's the intention behind it is fantastic, and it is all about momentum. I love the fact that Grant McKinnon said the word momentum, because we did feel like people had their shoulder to the wheel. In actual fact, some of the decisions that were taken in terms of the blueprint and the focus on the narrowing of the core of the central city, although it had some great benefits, the downside was the increase in the cost of the land. And when you push up property prices, the ability to develop is diminished. This is a significant contribution, particularly to those developers that are developing apartments and townhouses that have a little bit more room to move, so that they're not as intense as some of the others, but they are providing a really good, and that makes $45,000 to $50,000 difference on the buying price, and that's what can make the difference when you see those Carlton Mill and Merivale and St Albans and all of those areas surrounding the central city, all within walking distance of the central city, well within cycling distance of the central city, and you get so much more for your money when you move out rather than moving in. So this is a contribution. It's sending a message at the right time. We're not putting any more money on budget to cover it. So that I would please ask people to support the proposal that's in front of us. So thank you. So perhaps if you'd like to do a poll of the And I'll put the motion.
Councillor Templeton. Councillor McClellan.
No.
Councillor MacDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson.
No.
Councillor Galloway.
Yes.
Councillor Daniels.
Yes.
Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Chen. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. No. The Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yes.
Councillor Major. Councillor Kewen.
Yes.
Councillor Davidson.
Yes.
Councillor Cotter.
No.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Turner.
No.
That's 9 votes for and 7 votes against.
Thank you. That's carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for all of that hard work. Much appreciated. Right, the last item on the agenda is the proposed ground lease at Ngāpunawai Sports Hub, but I'm going to hand over the chair to the Deputy Mayor.
Are you by any chance working on your...
Okay, so item 18 relates to the... so item 18, hearings panel, proposed ground lease at Ngāpunawai Sports Hub for Netzel Centre. All right, so we've got people indicating they want to move in second, but what I'm going to do first is to invite Tim as the chair of the hearings panel that heard this, just to make some remarks.
Just saying. Yeah. All right, I'm here. But thank you very much. And first of all, I'd like to thank staff because the hearing was held under COVID-19 conditions, so it was live streamed. There were a few difficulties, but I really want to thank staff for the efforts that they made. I also really want to thank the submitters, those who sent in written submissions, and those especially who took the time and effort to come in via Zoom. There were some challenges there for many, and we really appreciated their input. And I'll take it, the paper is read, but I do want to go over a couple of things. There were 93 submissions. There were 16 from official organisations, and 12 of who were in support and 4 that weren't. And out of the 93 submissions, a total of 70 were in favour and 22 weren't. I also want to make it clear that the hearings panel was purely looking at the lease and a recommendation to council whether to grant or not a ground lease to the Netzel facility. Keeping in mind that Ngāpunawai has been and is a metro sports hub, which is an absolutely outstanding vision and a reality, and this is the type of thing that does fit in that, so therefore the land where they want to go is designated for this project. So I just want to make that clear. There was 180 pages, or around 180 pages of information to go through, and that was from council staff and both the applicant and submitter, so there was quite a lot to go through, and I want to thank my fellow panel members for reading all of them and coming up with some really good questions. And we were, attachment H on page 247 goes over the 15 questions that we really came up from the submitters' concerns. We actually adjourned the hearing to allow staff to go and really get some good solid answers to those questions. Then we reconvened and followed those through. I guess that a couple of things there. One was, whilst the recommendations suggested to council staff through the construction phase that the construction vehicles avoid the Wigram, Wigram and use Wigram Road and McMahon Drive, because one of the specific concerns from the riding from the disabled was disturbance from the industrial vehicles. So that was recommended to staff. But probably the main thing for the residents and the local groups were the traffic issues. And staff have and are undertaking and will take a comprehensive traffic management plan, and that's a really crucial thing. So it covers the internal workings of Ngāi the main entrances into Ngāi and the residential streets around Ngāi. And one of the crucial things there was that with the residential streets, they will go back to the Hallsville, Hornby, Riccarton Community Board to discuss those and put through those recommendations, and that is essential. The other main point here is the area has a resource consent which there has to be some undertakings within the next 8 years, and one of those is the entrance in from Wigram Road. We have recommended that that is put up as a priority for the long-term plan as the number one key thing, and to make Wigram Road entrance the number one entrance into Ngāi, and staff have picked that up. And there was also concern about the size of the building and its effect on the visual amenities to the local community. So we've asked council staff to look at planting around the building to mitigate that, and also the lights on the building and in the car park to be timed with all the other lighting in the area with regards to turning off at 10 p.m. A couple of other things, just the cycleway into Ngāi, and also to work with ECAN to look at a public transport plan, because if it's going to be, and it is a hub, a metro sports hub, then it would seem logical to have public transport for all into that area. I'll leave it there. I'm sure that my fellow panel members would like to say a few words, but I'm happy to take any questions, but I think the brains of the operation is sitting at the head of the table there. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Tim. And I also have had some feedback on the way that the process ran. Clearly you were balancing a number of conflicting issues and concerns, particularly from the local community, and certainly it was seen as a well-managed and well-run process. So thank you for that, and thank you for your update as well.
Could I add to that, Chair?
Please do.
And also, Tim, to say thank you from the staff, because they felt very well supported through that process as well.
Great. So are there any questions? Jimmy.
Thank you. I'd like to ask staff, the NASO group is a private profit the company, or is the non-profit organization?
Thank you, Councillor. It is a non-profit organisation. It is a private company, but it's tax exempt. Its directors can only be charitable or non-profit organisations. So in this case, they are netball, Canterbury Netball, which runs the community netball, doesn't run the franchise netball, and it's Mainland Football that runs the community football. If there is any change in any directorship of that entity, they must also be not-for-profit and charitable organisations. Any, I guess, profit, for want of a better phrase, that they may generate as a consequence of operations must go back into those charitable community organisations.
Okay. Second question. Hearing panel, particularly, in response or heard those 22, the submission does not support this proposal, and they have a recommendation to the council, particular focus on the travel plan for public transport share cycleway, route, additional entrance, etc. I just want to, to be aware whether there's enforceable or not enforceable. For those, enforcement, implementation.
Sorry, by
For the
enforceable.
future. For implement all those
To implement those initiatives.
Today. Yeah.
Right. Well, unfortunately, we can't enforce ECAN to do anything, but in terms of what council can invest in, it's absolutely achievable through its normal long-term planning processes. For those not familiar with Ngā Pūnawai, the basic infrastructure is in place. So to connect the sporting hub to Wigram Road, for example,
Yes.
is a modest upgrade of an existing amount of infrastructure. In terms of bringing public transport, we absolutely, once we've completed what is going to be a very comprehensive traffic management plan, we definitely engage with Environment Canterbury to put the case for public transport to be put in place for the site.
Jimmy, three parts to it. One is the Ngā Pūnawai venue. Council staff with the Ngā Pūnawai family, if you like, will work with them with regards to traffic mitigation and management within that. The second part of that is that in the comprehensive traffic management plan, it is they will go back to the Hallsville, Hornby, Riccarton Community Board with regards to any mitigation and planning on the surrounding residential roads. So that's coming back to your community board, as it should do. The third part of that, as Andrew said, we can't make ECAN do anything. However, because it is a metropolitan sports hub and it should get support from for public transport, that is the side there. So those three issues have slightly different parts to it, but in a comprehensive traffic management plan, they're all essential.
Great, thank you. Mike, did you have something?
Yes, thanks. Just a couple of questions. I was reading in one of the reports that there will be a increase at the intersection and also up Augustine Drive. And it says that the intersection can sustain it, we anticipate traffic till 2028. But I'm just wondering about Augustine Drive. Actually, what is the increase likely to be on that drive once the facility is operational?
It's actually a matter that's been considered by the resource consent team in terms of granting the resource consent. It's the technical details around that are not part of the lease consideration under the Reserves Act, unfortunately. What I have had our sorry, I've just lost the email, our transport team provide to me is some stats on what is happening right now, which is what the resource consent team considered, I presume. Not so much on volumes. It does talk about volumes to a degree. They are under what the Augustine Drive, is it Horswell Road, is it? Intersection can cope with. They haven't yet turned on the right turning arrow. The traffic volumes haven't met that demand. The main concern of the residents that was expressed during the hearing were traffic, and in particular speed and speed mitigation and things like that, but as well as volumes. Sorry, I'll just backtrack a little bit. We will have to open another entrance to the facility before 2028. So the modelling in terms of volume that the resource consent team considered when they granted NETSL the resource consent has done the modelling on traffic volumes. So by 2028 we must have another entrance to Ngā Pūnawai. The other concerns that were raised around traffic, and I know it's not part of your question, but just so you're aware, were around speed and perception of speed. The data doesn't support that. The data suggests that the speeds are rarely breached, and by a small number of visitors to Ngā Pūnawai. We have, however, through the hearing, heard the residents, and we've made a comprehensive commitment to do a comprehensive traffic management plan, well above and beyond what legally, if you like, we would need to do to make sure that we can address any of those concerns.
Yeah. I hear that, and we've currently got one in St Albans that's not really that fondly thought of by the community. So all these, I guess, any mitigation in terms of traffic calming or this new entrance, it won't be on budget at the moment, will it? So there'll have to be a bid to the long-term plan. Was there any money on budget for any of the potential traffic calming?
Well, that's really if traffic calming inside
or entrance. Well,
I mean, in the streets, it's really a question for transport, but they're relatively minor and modest investments. Speed humps and slight narrowing initiatives. They're relatively modest investments. The challenge, I guess, is they don't tick the box in terms of risk at the moment. However, if we expedite the opening of Wigram Road as an initiative through the LTP, it will, I would suggest, significantly reduce the amount of traffic that needs to enter through Augustine Drive.
What's the time frame for this build?
This is going to be presented to you in the LTP to be front-loaded at the front end of the next long-term plan, so that's 2022. Okay. That's very soon. Yep. All the preliminary work in terms of costings has already been done.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any further questions? Anne.
Thanks, Andrew. And thank you for the way that you and the team have continually answered and provided information all through this to our questions. Just wondering about the parking situation. At the moment, when there is an event at Ngāpunawai for hockey or whatever, the space that is actually being could be leased for this facility is used as parking to overflow. Mm-hmm. So what considerations have been given to parking situation once that land is built on? Where will those cars park that now use now use that space?
Sure. So there has been occasions with events, typically, rather than normal every weekend activity, where some of that land, not all of it, has, in fact, it's never come close to all of it, has been utilised at different times for overflow car parking. And the reason for that has obviously been to try and keep people out of the residential areas. And I know I keep sounding like a broken record, but that's exactly what the traffic management plan is for, is to look at the site and work out how we can ensure that the appropriate amount of parking can be provided for on the site. And I guess there is quite a lot of residual land around the facilities that can over time, as demand increases, be converted for that purpose. Again, the broken record. We'll be bringing all of that information back to you, to your board, for consideration.
Yep, sure.
And I know that I raised this question with you the other day, but it is quite good, I think, for others to understand that, when this report first came, there was a site identified that was different from this place, and it was near on land that was owned, or leased by the AMP Association. Can you give us a bit of an outline of why those other sites are now not being considered for this facility, just for those who are listening who are interested?
Sure. So I think the first and most important thing to recognise is this is not a council-led initiative. This is an external party requesting a lease utilising the Reserves Act process. They expressed a desire, after many years of looking around trying to find fee simple land and private land, to look at the broader Canterbury Agricultural Park and Punawai site. Their preference around August last year was on the Canterbury Agricultural Park portion of the land. At that point, we introduced them to CAPA, or the Agricultural Pastoral Association, so that they could have that discussion in any negotiations. Council couldn't be a part of those negotiations because CAPA have legal entitlement to that land. Unfortunately, they weren't able to reach an agreement in a time frame that suited both parties. So on the 24th of December last year, they came to Council and asked us if there were any other areas on that site that could be considered. Whilst it's a very large site and seems to be primarily open space. The only available sites in Punawai, when you take out of the equation all of the land drainage devices, the Canterbury Polo Grounds, the only available site is this subject site, which is the undeveloped part of the community recreation space that was designated for this purpose. So Netzel looked at two options within that space, one being close to the entrance and Augustine Drive, and also at the other end of the that section of land. My understanding is that they came to their conclusion to apply for the site that they have applied for simply because the cost of getting infrastructure from the Augustine Drive end to that end of the site was cost prohibitive. So that was what determined their decision to apply for this lease on that piece of land. So yes, I know it's frustrating for the community. They look at a big wide open site, but it's highly encumbered.
Thank you. No further questions? All right, so people were indicating they wanted to move and second this right at the very beginning. Was that Aaron and Jake? Yeah, so moved by Aaron, seconded by Jake. Is there any debate?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jimmy and then Anne. Jimmy.
Yeah, because these are the resource concern has been approved already, but the council, our hearing panel, focus on is whether to lease those piece of land to the Netzel group, etc. But majority of the submissions fully is the support those piece of land for the future and those Netzel group for the other kind of metro sports, the kind of the activities pretty good, but still have 22, almost a quarter, 25% of the people, on behalf of the community or individuals, particular concern. All those that are the public transport issue, the traffic issue, noise issue, and entrance, etc. My understanding, the hearing panel done a great job because we review their recommendation, paragraph 4 until paragraph 9, always all focus on here. But only concern is whether all those, the paragraph in here can be working together for, to implement and for the enforcement all these items more effectively and efficiently, and give the community and give the people more confidence. So today I'm support the hearing panel because they review all the kind of the submission and also to listen all the oral submission. But regarding to all this one is mitigate all those effects, give the community more confidence. So we need to be more careful to monitor these several paragraphs, the more effective, efficient. This is my concern. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anne.
Thank you. I was on the hearing panel and I voted against giving the lease to Netzel because even though this is an amazing opportunity and it's a fantastic facility, and I'm all about, as we all are, encouraging sport and especially women's sport, and we really want our city to have this amazing opportunity. However, I'm not confident that this is the best place for it. In fact, I believe that I would really like the council to get Netzel and the AMP show committee together and just try and work out another site, another option before we have to absolutely rule that out. The traffic issues that this is going to create for this neighbourhood are going to be really, really difficult, and I believe will be create in the long run a lot more aggravation and difficulty for council. I believe the streets around this area are not built for this level of traffic, and the congestion that it will bring will mean that our children, our families won't be able to bike and walk to school. We already have issues along Aidenfield Drive with congestion. This area was developed a wee bit like a country lane type situation. Parking on either side severely inhibits people being able to drive safely. I think that the parking is going to be pushed out onto the streets, and I believe that this is not the best site for it, so I will not be supporting this today.
Thank you. Tim.
I'll round it off. Look, I think the vision for a metropolitan sports hub for the city is an absolutely outstanding one, and I think that this is the right place for it. There is no question that there has to be some work, and council staff have recognised that, and that is why they are coming up with this comprehensive traffic management plan, which will totally control or look at the internal running of the Ngāi Sports Hub with regards to all the partners, not just Netzel, but hockey, rugby league, athletics, tennis, etc. So I think that that's a really good step forward. We've recognised that there are going to be traffic issues, and that is why staff are going to be putting forward in the long-term plan to move Wigram Road and the development of that as the main entrance to this fantastic metropolitan sports facility, rather than Augustine Drive, etc. So that is all underway. So I think that is those who are concerned have been listened to, but to start spreading things around kills the whole idea of the vision of a metropolitan sports facility. So I'm really looking forward to hopefully getting support around the table and seeing where we go. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Aaron.
Just quickly, of all the years that I've been on council, and not as long as it could have been, but it's been a few, this is possibly one of the best deals that I've seen that was offered to the city. And when you think about facilities for Christchurch Inc., this is a fantastic facility, and Ian's right, especially around women's sport as well. A beautiful, stunning indoor facility, and all of those external funds coming in. If you look, and like I do, I don't always use the dictionary, I go straight to the Pictionary if it's available, and if you look at the definition of no-brainer, there's a picture of this deal sitting there on the page. It is a no-brainer.
Great, thank you. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstain. And an abstention from Pauline. So Anne voting against and an abstention from Pauline. That's carried. Thank you. So that concludes the agenda. Jimmy, you opened the meeting. Are you down to close the meeting as well? All right, so we'll ask Jimmy to close the meeting.
Uluhia, 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 ki te ulu, tapunu e o te tani, te watia, te ma, te na ko, te tina, te wairua, te awa, ta kata, kia tina, huye, tai. Thank you.
I'll declare the meeting closed. Thank you.